All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast, or PXP for short. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for being here. We already have, let's see, how many people do we have already? We have pretty much 300 people right out of the gate, which is absolutely awesome to see. Thank you guys so much for the continued support here on the channel. So yeah, it's been well, first off, I hope everybody's doing well today. I almost knocked my coffee over. I hope everybody's doing well today. Hope everybody is looking forward to some of the conversation that we are going to have today. Some of the topics we're going to discuss. We have, as you all know, we have some pretty bad news for Xbox and for Microsoft. We have some pretty good news for PlayStation. For some reason, I don't know, man. Microsoft and Xbox, they can't stop taking L's. They just can't stop. And right off the bat, PlayStation Pete saying bought the collector's edition for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Story comes with lightsaber hilt. Yeah, I saw that. That is pretty sick. We're going to talk a little bit about Star Wars Jedi Survivor today, actually, because yeah, there's some things going on with that game. But we're gonna talk about how it's doing on PS5. And right off the bat, before I can even say anything more, we have Corey Lendega coming in immediately with a 5 memberships gifted. Let me see, what soundbite should I play for this? So I'm working on sound bites right now. I'm working on a soundboard. So yeah, I have a couple here. You'll have to bear with me. I don't actually have any specifically set for members yet. For like like member gifts, I should say. So I got one for you. How about for Corey Lendega's 5 memberships gifted, we'll do Oh, wait, why is it playing through there? Did you guys hear that? Did that come through? Please tell me that came through. All right. I have to fix it on my end though, because it came through my my speakers. I got to get it to come through my earpiece. I got a couple here. I got a couple surprises. It should be fun. Give me 1 second to fix this though. I guess because I closed the I closed it and then I had to reopen it. So I'm gonna fix that really quick. Oh wow, that's so annoying though. I gotta figure out how to save that. So we'll do that. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I really thought that this was already set up, but I guess I'm gonna have to manually adjust it each time before I go live. So my bad. It's a learning process. So that should fix it. But yeah, Corey, thank you so much right off the bat for the immediate 5 members gifted. Guys, the memberships are growing rapidly. I have even more members only content that I plan to share with everybody. So for everybody who is already a member, thinking about becoming a member, or thinking about gifting memberships, which you guys have been going nuts, please continue to do so, because it's very inspiring and motivating, and I have even more that I want to do for you guys. So I hope you got some speeches on your soundboard, MBG. Dude, just keep in mind, I only had a limited amount of time to work on the soundboard. So, there's nothing too crazy there yet, but I think over time we will improve the soundboard, and it'll be fun. It'll be a fun thing. And yeah, so before we get into any of these topics today, I do just want to say again, thank you guys for the continuous support. If you want to continue to support the channel, show up to the streams, show up to the videos, watch the content, like the content. You want to go above and beyond, as I said, consider becoming a member, consider gifting memberships, and consider donating super chats. You guys have been showing absolutely phenomenal support, and I am seriously grateful for it all. We have October's very own. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. You're saying, what a missed opportunity to not play Rob Zombie in the teaser for Twisted Metal. But as a fan, I got hyped seeing shotguns and homing rockets. This is to hoping the rumored game is true. Much love, MBG. Yeah, thank you so much for that. You're talking about the upcoming Twisted Metal TV show that's going to be available on Peacock, the streaming service. And we got our first teaser trailer, and I didn't actually give my thoughts on it. I guess I'll do that now. To be honest, I'm feeling kind of lukewarm on it. I'm not very excited about it. I do think it's interesting. Just in general, it's interesting to see Twisted Metal be made into a TV series. I feel like it's going to go one way or the other. I feel like there's really no in between for a show like this. It's either going to land and it's going to be like, wow, this is actually pretty funny and way better than I expected, way better than it has any right to be, or it's going to be the opposite and it's going to be like, this is not good at all. Based off the teaser, it looks like it might have some potential, but I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm going to have to wait until I see more of it. But when it comes to the new Twisted Metal game, yes, Sony absolutely has a new Twisted Metal game in development. No worries there. It's very likely going to be revealed at the next PlayStation Showcase. They're going to try their best. They might not be able to launch the game by the time the show comes out, obviously, because the show's coming out in July. Unless they do like a shadow drop or something. They could do that if it's free to play. But, that they're going to want to announce the game and market the game at the same time as the TV show to kind of get that synergy going. So thank you for that, October's very own. We'll see what happens with Twisted Metal. We have a Blue Streak 320 saying, April isn't Xbox's month. No, and you're laughing about that. It absolutely is not. It absolutely is not. And we have Fred Vance coming in with another 5 memberships gifted, bringing us up to 10 immediately out of the gate. Big shout out to you, Fred. You've been putting in some serious work for the members here. You've been putting in some serious work for the community, being very, very, very generous with many, many memberships gifted. So huge shout out to you, Fred Vance, once again. I have another sound. Well, I'm not going to play all the sound bites at once. I'll play another. There we go. That's for dude. That's going to get me every time, bro. That's going to get me every time. That's for Fred Vance, another 5 memberships gifted. I gotta find more to add. That's not the only soundbite I have here, but I have a total of I think 6 soundbites ready to go. But we'll see where we can incorporate them throughout the stream today. So again, thank you, Fred. Let me actually fix that counter real quick. So we are at 10 already. You guys are amazing. So, let's dive into the first topic, shall we? Obviously, as you know, the CMA, the CMA. Oh man, clearly Sony has paid the CMA. Didn't you guys hear that Sony paid the CMA? Sony paid the CMA off. They came in and they're like, we really need you to block this. I mean, God, man, if you look around this past week, just the amount of stuff that people have been saying, the amount of denial I've been seeing from the Xbox fan base. And, I put in my title here, I said, Sony wins big as Microsoft panics. That's the absolute truth, man. That is the absolute truth. Sony didn't have to do anything. Isn't that the irony in all of this, is that Sony didn't actually have to come out and fight this? Sony even could have signed that contract if they wanted, and it wouldn't have made a difference, because, maybe it would have made a difference, but the reality is Sony won by doing nothing, essentially, and Microsoft got burned by something that they didn't think they would get burned by. And it's also incredibly ironic because Microsoft is seen as a cloud company. They're known as a cloud company and a service company, obviously, subscription services. But the cloud is a big thing for Microsoft, and they never thought that that would be the thing that comes and bites them in the ass, essentially. And let Sony get such an easy win here, man. Such an easy win. And dude, Microsoft fans, Xbox fanboys, people who were in favor of this deal, the meltdowns are legendary, man. They're legendary. It's not good. As you can see in my title here as well, I say Xbox fans beg the UK to overturn this ruling, to overturn the CMA. This is how desperate it's getting, man. This is how desperate it's getting. And you can tell, like, the desperation is coming through not only from the fan base, but from Microsoft as well. I did a stream earlier this week where Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, was basically low-key threatening the UK government, which is wild. We got Whiskey Gaming coming in, gifting yet another 5 memberships. Big shout out to you, Whiskey Gaming. Love to see you guys coming out in force with the membership gifts. Trying to encourage new people to consider gifting memberships as well. This is how we continue to grow the community. So big shout out to you, Whiskey Gaming. Here's your soundbite. A nice big Arnold laugh. It's going to get me every time, man. I don't know. I feel like I made a mistake making that a soundbite. I'm going to laugh every time. So big W's in the chats for everybody. Already, not even 20 minutes into the stream, and you guys are gifting quite a few memberships. Thank you so much. See, this is why when I was thinking about setting my membership goal, I didn't want to set it to 10 today, because I'm like, if I set it to 10, you guys are gonna crush it within minutes. And I was correct about that. We're already at 15. So thank you guys so much for that. And then we have Herpy Derps with the 10 sorry, that name though. $10 super chat. Dude saying MBG, this soundboard is going to destroy me. Dude, I don't know. I didn't want to go too crazy with Arnold. That's the thing. Like, I would have made my entire soundboard just nothing but Arnold, but I didn't want to go too crazy there. We got Jake, TRML, gifting a membership as well. Thank you, Jake. I believe this is the first time I'm seeing you gift a membership. So shout out to you, man. Thank you for paying it forward. Bringing us up to 16 members. Give you your little Arnold laugh there, dude. You guys are going to go crazy with these memberships. It's just going to be half the stream just going to be Arnold laughing in the background. That's funny shit, dude. So thank you for that, Jake. But Herpy Derps, thank you for the super chat. You're saying, hey, MBG, this is actually Fishy Q. Oh, I didn't know that. It actually makes sense, though, considering your name being Herpy Derps. You're saying, I changed my name and profile pic to something I hope a little more acceptable, LOL. My wife and my mom didn't find it too funny either. Have no idea why. Damn, dude. Yeah, I have no idea why either, We will not speak of the previous name, but I could not fathom why they would not approve of it and not be okay with it. So thank you for letting me know, Herpy Derps. Still an interesting name, but definitely a little bit better, I would say, than the last name. So thank you guys so much. But yeah, I want to bring something up here that I haven't talked about yet. You're saying we need to hear Solid Snake. Yeah, I definitely got to get a Metal Gear. I got to find the right one though. I got to find the right one. I got to find the right Metal Gear quote to bring up. We have CD Gaming gifting 5 memberships. CD Gaming coming in, bringing us up to a total of 21 members already, guys. I set my goal to 25 because I'm like, oh, surely it'll take a little bit longer to get to that. But you guys are already off to a insane start here. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it too early for member train time? I think it might be a little too early. I don't know. It's hard to say. Do I have a soundbite for member train time? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But thank you so much, CD Gaming. I think it might be. Member train time already because we got Fred Vance already coming out with another 5 memberships gifted. Another 5, just like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it time? I don't know if it's time yet. But Fred Vance, dude, thank you again, man. We are already. I feel like this isn't even updated yet, but we are already at 26 members, guys. Crushing it right out of the gate. Well, I guess I'll have to do it every time we hit a goal. Oops, I put it to 27, but not a big deal. Every time we hit a goal, I'm just going to have to, let's see, is this the right one? I don't think it's the right one. It didn't play. Wait, no. There we go. Member train time. Oh, it comes up on screen there. I gotta fix that. You can see it just pop up on screen, but there we go. Already crushing the goal for today with gifted memberships. Thank you guys so much. You come out in force every time. Trying to make it a little bit more exciting here with the member train. So I'll fix this real quick, and we'll keep it going here. Oops. So how do you guys like the soundboard? I like it quite a bit. I think it's gonna make things even more fun. So I'll put it up to 50 because you guys are nuts. And Crucifixion coming in with another 5 gifted. Crucifixion, there's your Arnold laugh. Thank you so much, man. Crucifixion keeping the member train going. Dude, that Arnold laugh though, man, it's gonna kill me every single time. Already at 31 members, guys. Really do appreciate the support. I mean, honestly, you guys are crushing it. Again, anybody who is being gifted a membership, I have the first members only stream out there. And yeah, I have more members only content that I'm planning on delivering. I'm not going to spoil what it is. Things are in the works, but I'm looking to have some fun. That's the point. I'm looking to have some fun with my members and give you guys some stuff. So shout out to everybody who continues to gift memberships. Shout out to all of my members. And I just want to say, I noticed that there are specific individuals that continue to gift memberships. And I just want to say it does not go unnoticed. You guys are absolutely the backbone of this channel. No doubt about it. All those who also super chat, the backbone of the channel. Can't do what I do here without you. And CD Gaming with another 5 gifted. CD Gaming coming in with another 5 gifted. At this point, I think you guys are doing it because you just want to keep hearing the Arnold laugh. I have another Arnold soundbite here, but that one's going to be reserved for something that goes beyond 5 gifts. But thank you so much again, CD Gaming, dropping another 5. Saying please get into the topic. We will. I'm trying to, in an effort to help my audience, I'm trying to make sure I timestamp. I'm trying to make sure I timestamp after the fact because I know that not everybody, is all aboard the membership train when it happens. But, you have to try to be understanding that this is my audience, gifting other people, growing the memberships, showing their support. They deserve the time in the spotlight while they're doing it. Chris B coming in with 10 gifts. Chris B's the first one. Let's go with the second Arnold soundbite. Dude, I can't with that, bro. Chris B with the second Arnold sound clip. Dude, you guys are like, what the fuck was that? I love it, dude. This is so great. We can thank Mrs. MBG for this because I said to her, I'm like, hey, we should try to get a soundboard going. It's so crispy. Thank you so much for the 10 memberships gifted, man. It's very, very, very much appreciated. I'm very grateful for all of the support, and I hope you enjoyed. Being the first one to get that soundbite there. And then we got PlayStation Pete gifting another one. Bring us up to 47. Thank you so much, man. I can't even keep track with you guys. Oh, man. W's in the chat. He's saying need to set that goal to 50. Did it not update? I did set it to 50. I don't know if it updated or not. What does it say on your end? On my end, it says I have it set to 50, 47 out of 50 already, which is wild. Shots for every gift. Oh, no way, dude. People be dropping like flies. 50 from the start, you mean? Yeah, that might have to happen, man. I mean, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy that's even a thing. And we got Hellbound 1981 with another 5 gifted. My God, there we go. We broke it again, guys. We broke it again. We crushed it. You crushed it. Wait, did it not play? Did it not play that time? God, see, this is where it's like I'm still trying to get adjusted to this. I think it played. If not, I'll do it again. I don't know why it's not coming through. Yeah, there we go. It's playing. Is for some yeah, I don't know. I guess it's gonna glitch out every now and then on my end, because it didn't play on my end. But there we go. Member train, all aboard. Choo choo. That's awesome, dude. Man, this is I'm so glad we did this with the soundboard. So we're already at 53 members, guys. You were like MBG before you get into any of these topics. We got to start the member train. We got to get it going. So yeah, absolutely crushing it. You guys are something else. You really are. I'm gonna put it to I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I put it to 75 or should I put it to 100? Because I feel like if I put it to 75, at the rate you guys are going, I'm gonna have to immediately adjust it again. I'm just gonna put it to 100. I'm not saying we're gonna get there. I'm just saying it's like you guys are gonna make this entire podcast like membership gifting, which is hey, not a problem, man. It's appreciated. I wish they would make this easier to all right, so I'll put it to 100 because you guys are absolutely killing it. Let me see here. I do want to make sure I get to the super chats as well. We got Josh. You're saying Brad Smith suggested Microsoft will end their cybersecurity protection for the UK, which is crazy to say a cyber attack can disable a country. Warmonger talk. Did he say that? Holy shit. Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, slowly becoming unhinged, bro. You're saying, where's the copium emote? Yeah, I got to get that. I'm working on more emojis too. Don't worry. We're working on it. But that is wild, man. Microsoft's president straight up becoming unhinged out here, threatening to end their cybersecurity with the UK. That's just sad, man. Like, I understand Microsoft is upset about this, and this is really getting in the way of their plans, but they are just the way that they've been behaving and acting is just like people have. I hope the Xbox fan base, honestly, I hope they're happy, man. Not the cool fans, I'm talking about like the toxic ones, because for months and months they were sitting here bitching every day, making fun every day of Sony, making fun of Jim Ryan, making fun of the PlayStation fan base, talking about how unprofessional they are. They're just a bunch of big crybabies, so on and so forth. And it's like, dude, I hope you guys are happy because look at what happened, man. Look at how it played out. Sony's being dead silent because they don't have to say shit. Probably smoking their cigars right now, getting ready for their showcase. Meanwhile, we have Microsoft on full meltdown mode. And the fan base on full meltdown mode, man. Like, it's bad out here, dude. It is bad out here. And it's not going to stay like this. At least I don't think so. I mean, you really got to wonder, like, how much of this was going to play into Microsoft's upcoming showcase, like how much of it was going to play into their with Activision Blizzard. I mean, I have to wonder what type of adjustments they may now need to be making, because it seems, I don't know, it almost seemed like Microsoft was getting ready to try to close this thing before their showcase. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I when I say Microsoft panics, it's because I just feel like there's just a lot going on internally over there at Microsoft it's not good. It's just a lot of rapid decision making, and pivots. Arnie Vesper, you're saying watch all of your streams. Only I usually watch them later. Nice to listen when I'm at the gym or grinding some trophies. You're doing good work. Scout from Norway. Well, thank you so much, man. I don't know if I said that right, but that's awesome to hear, man. From Norway. Thank you so much, Arnie Vesper. I mean, yeah, that's the interesting thing about doing more and more streams is, I feel like there are people who enjoy long form content, and there are those that enjoy like medium to short form content. But what I've noticed about individuals who enjoy long form content is they really do enjoy it. Like it's one of these things where we could talk about probably almost anything gaming related. And in some cases, probably just anything. And you guys will show up, have a good time. And if you can't catch it live, like you're saying, listen to it while you're grinding some trophies at the gym, doing chores. It's always cool to think that, I'm able to kind of hang out with people in that way. So thank you so much for the super chat, Arnie. And we have, let me see here. Oh, Fred Vance, I noticed you did gift yet another membership, man. So want to make sure I didn't miss that. Thank you. New Soul 9, thank you for the super chat, brother. Dude, I was so close. I was so close to doing the Macho Man brother. I really was, because I was watching a bunch of Randy Savage clips, thinking surely I can get a Randy Savage soundbite here, but I couldn't find the right one. But man, he's stuck in my head right now. I gotta get a soundbite of that, bro. I do. But New Soul 9, thank you for the 20, dude. You're saying, MBG, it's cool that you're talking about Xbox again. All I ask is that you be more accurate when it comes to giving Xbox information. At the time, you make talking points that are not true, and most people are going to believe what you say. Well, I hear you, New Soul 9. I mean, I'll try to do my best to make sure any information that I'm providing is as accurate as it can be. I mean, look, to be honest, the reason why I think it's going to be tough, truthfully, not just for me, but for everybody, is like with the CMA. Did you know that the CMA's full report with this situation, 400 pages long? Dude, 400 pages long. Like, that's insanity. I don't even think Microsoft is going to read all that. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Like, I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to, like what I may have said. I'll be honest though, and this is just the truth, man. Like, I'm not trying to be the person that comes out here and makes it sound like anything I say is absolutely the truth. The reality is I say a lot of things, and I talk a lot on every podcast, every stream. So the chances that at times I'm going to get things wrong, going to happen, both for PlayStation, Xbox. I guess all I will request is just keep me honest. If there's something that I'm completely wrong about, factually wrong about, I have no problem bending the knee, taking the L when I have to. Just keep me honest. Let me know. That's my hope, because I don't want to be just blatantly factually wrong about things. But again, New Soul 9, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I always appreciate the super chats that you bring to the channel. Definitely goes a long way. And we have Herpy Derps gifting another membership. Shout out to you, Herpy Derps. There you go. And then we got Corey Lindega. He's like, Corey, Corey's like, I gotta get that soundbite again, man. I gotta gift another 10. Dude, we are all the way to 64 members already, guys. Already. Not barely even 35 minutes into the show. Actually, I'll say 30 minutes into it, because if you count the 5-minute credits roll, that is wild. W's in the chat for Corey Lindega, and here's your soundbite. I'm going to keep playing it because it just sounds so ridiculous. But there you go, man. Crazy Arnold for the 10 members gifted. Absolutely love to see it, Corey. Thank you so much for the continued support, man. And thank you to everybody. W's in the chat. And we got Rick Meha. I don't know. Rick, dude, am I saying your Mejia? I don't know if I'm saying your last name correctly, dude. And shout out to Rick. He does the art for the channel. So it's good to see you here, man. I think this might be I don't know. Is this your first super chat? But you're saying, looking good, honey. Keep up the bad work from Scarface. This showcase can't come fast enough. PlayStation, thanks to Whiskey for the membership. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, Whiskey Gaming, gifting Rick a membership. You love to see it. Rick, you do good work for the channel, man, and I appreciate it. And me and Rick are hoping that we can get some new artwork for the channel once PlayStation finally does their showcase, as he mentions, because, I mean, there's going to be new games announced, new stuff to work on. So thank you so much, Rick. Really do appreciate it, man. And hope you're doing well. And again, Corey, man, dropping another 10 memberships. You guys, I mean, this community is something else. It really is. So all the appreciation in the world to this community, to this audience. I'm really looking forward, man. I'm really looking forward to the coming months, seeing the way we're growing the channel, seeing the way that we're growing the streams, the podcast, everything, the memberships. It's going to be a hell of a time. So, Josh, you're saying I was saying last year that if the FTC blocks the deal, this is not closing until 2024, even if the FTC loses. Now that the CMA blocked it, and Microsoft is going to appeal, this is going to go to 2025 at least. You're saying like, trust me. Well, here's something I want to mention, because I apologize, man. I don't know if he's listening right now, but I had a viewer of mine who is an attorney, and he left me an extensive comment that I read to give me a little bit of insight into the current situation from like a legal perspective. Obviously, him being an attorney, he would have a better understanding of what's going on here. Nobody can know for sure, but what he basically said is, and the reason why he said this was because when we talked about this, I believe on Wednesday, I basically said that it's very surprising to me, at least this is kind of what I said, that Microsoft is going to appeal this, because the chances of them winning that appeal are like it's like next to none, right? It's just everybody who knows the hoops that Microsoft would have to actually successfully jump through to actually win this appeal. It almost seems like, why are you wasting your time? And this attorney informed me, he's like, well, there's a really, really, really good chance that Microsoft has to appeal it. And the reason why Microsoft would have to appeal it is because of it's basically an obligation of theirs. Like when they, signed this deal with Activision to acquire them, basically what it says, or at least it's very likely what it says, is Microsoft, both parties basically have to do everything they can, but mainly Microsoft, since they're the one trying to acquire them. Microsoft has to do everything they can to try to get this deal to go through. Like they cannot just simply throw their hands up in the air and say, okay, like we're not doing this. This isn't worth it. They have to continue to, any avenue they can until they just can't anymore. And that made a lot of sense to me. And I didn't actually think of that, and I wasn't aware of that. And it's just this idea that Microsoft has no choice but to fight a losing battle, essentially. And I also want to add to this. That I was looking into it a little bit further, and I was actually like listening to individuals who have a better understanding, and they were basically laying out like, okay, so this is exactly what would have to happen in order for Microsoft to win this appeal. And as they were discussing it, and they were saying like they got to go through this, and then they got to go through that. And basically, to give you the gist of it, what I walked away thinking, what I walked away with from listening to that and learning about it is that, this is done. This is done. It is over. Like the people who were saying like this is over, I think people, understandably, because Microsoft is coming out aggressively and saying they're going to appeal it and coming off very like they're beating their chest, it's understandable that people who are not not as in the know and don't fully understand, and I'm one of these people to a degree, like don't fully understand like just how difficult it's pretty much impossible. They're going to say, well, there's still a chance, right? There's still a chance, and it's not over yet. And it's like, I took these two things, and this is basically what I'm trying to tell you. I took these two things. I took the fact that I have an attorney letting me know in my comment section that, well, just so you know, like Microsoft has to do this. Like Microsoft has to continue to try. If they have any option at their disposal, they have to take it until there's no more options, legally speaking. I take that, and then I look at the fact that when it comes to overturning the CMA, the reason why the CMA has never been overturned, and it's because at the end of the day, they are independent. The CMA, and this is how you know it's over, okay? No matter what Microsoft does, no matter how hard they push for this, no matter how many points they try to make, ultimately, at the end of the day, what will need to happen is the CMA, as an independent regulatory body, would have to come out and say, we were wrong and we're going to correct it, and now we're going to pass it. They literally have to completely reverse everything they said. And they're not going to do that. Zero chance they do that. They wrote up a 400-page report. You're saying my frames are low? Guys, let me know if you're having any issues with the stream. But, I mean, you're saying the issue is even if Microsoft wins the CAT appeal, it would go back to the CMA to reconsider their decision. After that, Microsoft needs to go to court, to the Court of Appeal in the UK, if they wish to have another go. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. Is it's just Microsoft is fucked here, dude. Like they know it. Everybody knows it. Activision knows it. There's a reason why it's just nothing but sad faces and tantrums because it's over. It's over. And saying MBG, this is misinformation. That's not true. I mean, look, man. What do you think the chances are the CMA is going to turn around after Microsoft appeals this? Like, even if they win the CAT appeal, right? Like, it's going to go, like, the ball is going to go bounce right back to the CMA. The ball is going to be in the CMA's court again. Like, they're not going to do it. And here's the thing. Do you know how you know they're not going to do it? And to me, this is where things get in a little bit more interesting. The reason why I'm like 100% confident the CMA is not going to reverse their decision is because look at the first thing that Microsoft did as soon as this news came out. What's the first thing they did? The first thing they did was go bitch to the UK government saying, you guys need to get your boy in check here with the CMA and figure your shit out because we are pissed and we're going to reconsider how we do business in the UK. We're looking at the EU as the next stronghold, right? And what was the UK's response to that? The UK literally came out and said, no. Like, get yourself in check. I mean, I'm ultra paraphrasing here, of course, but that's essentially what they said. And that's how you know, like, Microsoft is not stupid. They know the CMA is not going to reverse their decision, and they're trying anything they can. Like, the only way the CMA could potentially reverse their decision is if the UK government listens to Microsoft and says, well, Microsoft is putting a lot of pressure on us. Suddenly, the UK government turns to the CMA. They don't have control of the CMA. The UK government does not have control of the CMA, but they can certainly have influence. So if the UK government turns to the CMA and says, what are you guys doing? Like, you need to really reconsider this. You might really be making a mistake here. But that's not what they did. If they did that, then I would say maybe the CMA might actually reconsider. If there's enough pressure applied to the CMA, they might break. They might all turn and be like, you know what? Maybe we did mess up. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. The exact opposite is happening. It's over. And I'm not saying that as like, let's take a victory lap. I'm just saying, like, dude, if I'll tell you right now, Microsoft needs a miracle. They need a miracle and then some. So I don't think, do you really think the United Kingdom is going to risk them losing tons of money from Microsoft? Dude, I'll be honest. I don't. For like this, I think this is a matter of, you know, do we really think Microsoft is going to do anything to really piss off the UK government? I mean, ask yourself this. Who needs who more? Does Microsoft need the UK more than the UK needs Microsoft? And I'll tell you right now, as far as I can tell, the answer to that question is not nearly as simple as people want to think. Here's a great example. Think of what this is all centered around. This is all centered around Activision Blizzard. Okay, this is all centered around Xbox and video games. Who's Xbox's second biggest market? The UK. The UK is Xbox's second biggest market, next to the US. I don't know who people are kidding here, man. Like, Microsoft is not going to pull out of the UK market. They're not going to jeopardize their second biggest market. They're not going to do anything because they can't. They will fuck themselves in the process, and they know it. And they'll fuck their customers. So this is why the UK government is not, giving in to the pressure that Microsoft is applying, because they're like, okay, go ahead. Like, Microsoft is trying to make it seem like the UK is a bad place to, do anything with big tech or to start up anything. And I'm sure it might. I mean, look, there are people who are saying this is going to have a massive negative effect on the UK in the future and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. Maybe they're right, but I don't think so. Could it have some impact? Of course. But the way I see this ending, ultimately, the way I see this ending is Microsoft is going to have to pay Activision Blizzard that $3 billion. And as this goes further and further, and it's going to be dragged out. Yes, that's the thing. This is going to be dragged out to 2024, possibly beyond that. It's just going to be a slow suffocation. That's what this is going to be. It's just, we're going to slowly watch Microsoft fight harder and harder, and they're very likely not going to get anywhere. And if it goes any other way, well, that would be a first. So how sad is that, though, man? How sad is that if this doesn't go through, well, because Microsoft isn't going to be able to close the deal in time, they're going to have to just pay Activision Blizzard a cool $3 billion. Here's $3 billion. How sad is that? Like, Microsoft could have, if they never tried to do this in the first place, they could have taken that $3 billion that they're going to lose, and they could have done something for Xbox. They could have, God knows how many exclusivity deals they could have signed with $3 billion. You kidding me? They could have built a whole new studio. But no, now, because they're fucking around and they're finding out, now they're going to have to just flush $3 billion down the toilet right to Activision Blizzard. And this right here is why I could never get behind anybody who is in support of this deal. Because this is the type of shit that Microsoft's trying to do. Perfect Image, you're saying CMA also said if Xbox takes COD, they don't get a percentage of the revenue. Yeah. So that one, I did tweet about that, and I was a little bit mistaken, but still, it's like, you can kind of understand why Sony's like, yeah, we're not going to sign this deal. Pretty much, it was revealed in these documents that Microsoft was going to take 100% of the revenue through cloud streaming, and it kind of makes sense. It does, because it's like, well, it's not necessarily a marketplace. It's cloud, but I don't know, man. Like, to me, it's just like, I just don't think that's going to help Microsoft's case here. I just don't think it's going to help their case. Like, I'm not saying they should just start giving money to, I understand from a business perspective, it's like, it doesn't make sense for Microsoft to say, well, it's not common practice or normal really to give a cut of our revenue from our games that are played through the cloud to the cloud services or the cloud platforms. But maybe that's where Microsoft can be like, how badly do you want this to go through? Maybe, I don't know, maybe consider doing that. Maybe that's what helps push this through. You know what I mean? Like, be the first one to do something like that. I don't know. Like, this is where it's just this is where people keep trying to impose on me, like, well, this is how it is. It doesn't work like that. It's like, dude, if Microsoft is as powerful as everybody says, they can do whatever they want in this regard. They could say, okay, we won't take 100% of the revenue. We'll start doling out certain percentages to whatever cloud service, our game is on. Does that make business sense? Probably not. But if you really want it that bad, maybe that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting it out there as a possibility. Like what's stopping you? And I don't know. Maybe if they crunch the numbers, it's like, well, the deal wouldn't even be worth it at that point. And maybe that's what's stopping them. You see what I mean? I got Justin Adamson. Thank you so much for becoming a member, man. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Big shout out to everybody who chooses to actively become a channel member. Obviously, we have many members who are gifted, and I really appreciate that. But a special shout out to everybody who just chooses to actively become a member and support me each month. Really appreciate it, man. So welcome aboard, Justin. Saying people really need to look into the document and read what they're thinking and saying because it's stated in there that Microsoft owns their own blades. Dude, that's why I understand that the best thing to do would to be just read the entire document. And I get that. Like, there's no doubt that if I were to sit here and read through 400 pages of documentation, I would have the entire gamut. I would understand everything. But I feel like I'm just trying to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. And to me, the bigger picture is simple. Like, who the fuck is going to trust Microsoft? Like, that, to me, that's the bigger picture. Like, Microsoft wants to make it seem like they're all about being fair and they're all about doing the quote unquote right thing and they're trying to be on the side of the consumer and the gamer. Like, no, you're fucking not. Like, you are a multi-trillion-dollar company. And it's fine. Like, do what you gotta do. It's business. Be cutthroat. Be aggressive. Try to win. That's your job. But I'm so sick and tired of the bullshit when it comes to Microsoft and this whole ordeal. It's like, well, Microsoft's just trying to do what's right for the... No, they're not. They're trying to do what's right for them and their fucking bottom line. Not you, not me, not anybody else. For them. It's just so crazy to see so many people out here, like, literally punching air and screaming at the CMA. Where it's like, look, I'm not saying the CMA... I'm not saying that they're 100% correct about everything they said, but at the end of the day, the CMA turned to Microsoft and said, fuck you. We're not letting you do this. Find another way. And you know what? Is it any wonder why I'm not against them saying that? It's not because I want to see Xbox die in a fire and Xbox fans fucking, not get anything good in the end. No, it's because, okay, maybe Microsoft will learn at this point, we tried to buy our way to victory. We tried to buy our way out of third place. That didn't work. What do we do now? Well, I sure hope as shit they don't close down the Xbox division. And they, apparently internally at Microsoft, Phil Spencer came out and he gave a whole speech where he's like, this just slows down our gaming plans. Okay. So you have a plan B. I sure hope your plan B is maybe now we should take a bunch of this money that we were going to just blow on Activision Blizzard. And I don't know, really try to hunker down and make some quality games of our own, invested in our own studio. Do you know how many people I've actually seen? And I know I've been so focused on the toxic assholes and whatnot, but the amount of people I've seen this past week, and my God, did it put a smile on my face. The amount of people I've seen in other people's comment sections, on forums, on Twitter, on YouTube, everywhere, basically now waking up and saying, you know what, Microsoft, what the fuck are you doing? Like, start, just put this money into your studios that you have now, put it into new studios that you're trying to, that you can build, just put it into your own games and your own platform and stop worrying about trying to acquire these known commodities to just fast track your way to success. Do you know how it was so elating to actually see that? Because it's like, finally, people are waking the fuck up. And they're beginning to demand Xbox do what it is that I've been asking them to do for literally years. And I don't want to hear this nonsense that Microsoft can't do it. No, they can. They just don't want to. So it's been really nice to see that. And I hope that that energy continues. And honestly, I hope that Xbox fucking kills it at their showcase when they have it in June. I do. I hope they fucking kill it. I think it's great to know that, guess what? You're not going to have Activision Blizzard at your showcase. You're not going to be able to, talk about how you just bought all their games and can put them on the Game Pass. And I get that to some people, that sounds like an exciting prospect, but now you got to do something else. What do you got? Oh, what is it that you got to do? You got to get people excited about what you have now or what you're going to do next. Maybe we should ask ourselves, what would young MBG say? Young MBG would say, it ain't worth $10. Oh, man. Josh, you're saying we got dragged through the mud when Sony acquired Bungie. Oh, hold on, Josh. Exley 3000 gifting 20 memberships. A 20 bomb. A 20 bomb. This deserves a couple. We got to do a couple soundboards here thanks to Exley. Let's see. We got a train. I think that's playing. We got the member train all aboard. W's in the chat. A 20 bomb. A 20 bomb from Exley 3000. Holy shit. Let's see what else we got here. We'll do both Arnolds. An Arnold laugh. An Arnold going crazy. What else do I have here? We could do... How about we'll do a little Jim Ryan?
Enough from me. We're going to have the games start talking.
Yes, that's right. We're going to let the games... I don't know if that's necessarily relevant to the 20 bomb, but I guess I'm just using this 20 bomb as an opportunity to show off some more of these. Here's one for you.
Do not be sorry.
There we go. Feels so good.
Better.
Exley 3000 says, I'm not going to be sorry. I'm just going to be better with this 20 bomb. That is awesome, Exley 3000. Oh, wait, I got another one. I got one more here.
It's dangerous to rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance.
There we go. Mr. Cerny coming in, reminding us all never to believe the teraflop lie. Dude, I had so much fun making these, man, and I got to keep them going. I got to make more. The soundboard is amazing, and thank you so much, Exley. That is a incredibly kind contribution to the channel, to the members. 20 more members. We are at 85, just like that. Love to see it. I have there was this one that I wanted. There was this soundbite that I wanted to get for like a really, really high. I don't know what the max amount of members you can gift is. Like, I don't know if it's like, I think does it go beyond 20? I'm pretty sure it does. I don't know if you can gift like 50 or some crazy shit like that, which is wild. But like the day, I don't know if it'll ever happen, but you could go up to 100. No way. That's insane. I have a hard time believing that. 100? But basically, I have this soundbite that I don't have it programmed yet. You're saying it goes up to 50, actually? That's insane, dude. I've never gotten a 50 bomb yet, and I'm glad, because I want to get this soundbite. It's just, I think it would be just the funniest thing ever, because it just sounds insane. But I'll eventually get that. But I hope you guys like the sound bites. And Exley, you've been incredibly kind, incredibly generous, continually gifting memberships. You guys have been handing memberships out like they're candy. And guys, be inspired, okay? As I say, we have community members here that continually gift. They keep gifting nearly every stream. You see a lot of individuals, the same names pop up, and be inspired by them to maybe consider paying it forward if that's what you want to do. And it's very much appreciated, man. Very, very, very much appreciated. That is something else. So maybe we could get one more of these for Exley 3000. Really appreciate it. Man, 20 bomb. Did not see that coming. Yeah, W's in the chat for Exley 3000. And I apologize, Josh. I got a little bit distracted there. I want to make sure to read your super chat. You're saying We got dragged through the mud when Sony acquired Bungie because the bots wanted to compare it to Activision Blizzard. Now Microsoft will have to pay the same $3 billion for breakup fees. I know, dude, isn't that just the irony of it all, dude? That, to me, that's wild. Like, oh, Sony paid $3 billion for Bungie. See, that's kind of like Activision Blizzard. It's like, dude, Microsoft is about to pay that exact same $3 billion, except on nothing but breakup fees. That's sad days, man. And we got Hellbound 1981. Hellbound 1981 gifting another 5 memberships, bringing us up to 90. Fred Vance, here we go. Fred Vance gifting another 5 as well, bringing us up to 95. We are very close to crushing the goal of 100 members today, which is just insane because we're just a little over an hour into this stream, and you guys are almost already crushing 100 members. I really find myself in disbelief at just how generous this community is and how awesome you guys are. So shout out to you guys, Hellbound 1981 and Fred Vance, in total gifting another 10 memberships. Love to see it, guys. Love to see it. Very much appreciate it. W's in the chat for everybody who's continually gifting memberships. But yes, Josh, with your super chat, you're absolutely correct. It is true that we did get dragged through the mud a bit over that, and to see that, I got to be honest, man. I've noticed a lot of people are awfully quiet now, and not everybody, but there are definitely people who, they took a certain stance with this, and I get it, but it's not the stance that they took that I have a problem with. I just hope, my hope is that the people who took these stances and that were so quick to jump on the Microsoft, hype train, and it just immediately crashed not immediately, but it eventually crashed into a wall and, derailed. I just hope that, everybody who was so up on it and so quick to support that maybe now learns that when it comes to this type of stuff, when it comes to Microsoft in particular, don't lose sight of the bigger picture. That's my hope, because to me, a lot of people throughout this whole thing, even me at certain times, it's so easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. And I guess the whole thing I'm hoping is that now that this is where it's seemingly ended, and it'll continue, but it took a turn that nobody expected. What is it that Xbox fans really wanted at the end, have been asking for ultimately at the end of the day? I think the reason why it was so easy for a lot of people to wake up after reading this news and seeing the headlines this week and basically turn and say, you know what, Microsoft, why don't you start investing in the studios you have now? Why don't you, where are the games? People immediately, they were snapped out of it. They were snapped out of the delusion bubble, where they're now realizing that all we really ever wanted from Microsoft was just better games, man. Just better games, more consistently. And Microsoft still hasn't delivered that. And they've wasted, and that's the thing too, is a lot of people are now realizing, my God, Microsoft wasted so much time and money. They're going to waste a cool $3 billion like it's nothing. This is why I tried to tell people, man, this isn't the type of stuff you want to cheer on. It's really not. Not for Sony, not for Microsoft, not for anybody. Because even though they want to pull the wool over your eyes and try to convince you this is for you, this is good for you, this is best for you, they completely ignore all the potential downsides, all the potential ramifications. And unfortunately, that's all that Xbox fans are going to be left with after this. Brad Beck gifting another membership, keeping this train going. Thank you so much, Brad. Very much appreciate it, bud. Give you a little... There you go. I don't know. I don't know if I should keep doing the soundboard for... I appreciate the one membership gift just as much as anything else. But I don't want to do it so frequently that people are like, oh my God, I don't want to hear this anymore. So I don't know. You guys tell me. New Soul 9, you're saying, I like you, MBG. You a funny chill guy. Here's another 20 bucks. Well, thank you, man. I very much appreciate that. You're saying that's what I'm most surprised about all of this, that someone can make so many good talking points just blatantly ignoring, just bland. I think you're saying blatantly ignore it, just speak about they are not for the consumer. Well, I mean, look, man, here's my whole thing with this, New Soul 9. I try to I try my best, and I know not everybody agrees with me, and I know that certainly people are gonna say no, you're definitely not. That's fine, but I do feel like I try my best to find a good middle ground when it comes to talking about the consumer and talking from the consumer perspective, but also talking from the more business perspective and the side where it's, you know, it's not necessarily about, well, you know, how is this good for me? How is this bad for me? But really just trying to understand the mentality, just the philosophy essentially behind a company and what it is they're trying to do, not just now, but in the short term and the long term. And that can be really, really difficult. It can be very difficult because that's the thing, is it's the exact reason why I say, like, I've seen quite a few people this past week expressing extreme disappointment that it seems now, at least, like, again, assuming this is dead, but even if it's not, and it's going to go on for another year, year and a half, 2 years, a lot of people expressing disappointment that, man, I was really looking forward to getting these Activision Blizzard games into Game Pass. And I get that, and I feel for that from a consumer perspective. And that is the one side to this, ultimately, that if you are a consumer, I can completely understand why you would be excited about that and why you would be disappointed to hear this news. But I guess it's just from the other side of the coin, like, even from the consumer perspective, I've tried to also get people to see the good in it as well, because it's easy to immediately see the bad, which is, like, I was going to get even more games in Game Pass and I wouldn't have to pay full price for these games. And now that's not going to happen. But you can also try to see the good here, which is, well, at least if this deal doesn't go through, at least we've avoided basically diving headfirst as an industry into mass consolidation. Because at the end of the day, mass consolidation is very, very, very likely to lead to ultimately something that is less pleasing and less consumer friendly in the long run. That's not to say that there aren't already anti-consumer behaviors that come from companies. We know that greed runs rampant, not just in the video game industry, but in all industries. But it's that, you know, Game Pass is going to continue. Game Pass is still going to grow. And I just think that, if anything, maybe I'll put it this way. Those who were disappointed in that, you know, these Activision Blizzard games I was looking forward to, I was hoping they were going to come to Game Pass. Now they're not. I said this previously and I'll say it again. It's that, look, if you're all about that consumer perspective where it's like, I only care if it's pro-consumer or anti-consumer, I just need to know how it's going to benefit me or not benefit me. If that's your only stance, then at this point in time, your best bet is to now encourage Microsoft to take that money, not all that money, not that $68 billion, but a portion of that $68 billion, and go put it into not even third-party exclusives, not games that are not going to release on PlayStation. Don't pay to make it so these games can't release on PlayStation. You can if you want, but lock down Game Pass exclusives, day one games on Game Pass. This is an option that is completely at Microsoft's disposal. It is completely at Microsoft's disposal. I want you to think about this. You know, think about this $3 billion that Microsoft is likely going to have to pay Activision for breakup fees. Think about how many day one Xbox Game Pass exclusives they could lock down with $3 billion, an unfathomable amount of day one exclusives. Now, here's the thing. You might think, well, now they're not going to be able to do that, MBG, because they have to pay that to Activision. I want to remind you how much money Microsoft was willing to spend to get Activision Blizzard, $68 billion. If they took just a percentage of that $68 billion, let's just say $3 billion out of that $68, they can make it happen. And so this is where I'm just trying to get people to see that essentially what Microsoft is going to be forced to do by not being allowed to get Activision Blizzard is they cannot consolidate this industry. They cannot initiate. And I'm talking mass consolidation. They already got Bethesda. Now they're being told no for Activision. That means anybody else who walks in, even if it's Sony, and they're like, well, we want to buy a publisher, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because basically the rules are now put in place. But that doesn't stop anybody, including Microsoft, from just doing things that have already been done many times over, from doing what they're already doing. That is just locking down exclusives, building your studios that you have now, growing the studios you have now. This is why I try to explain to people that it's not me being against Microsoft because, oh yeah, they just want to be my, they want to give consumers a good deal. It's because, dude, a lot of people who just look at it from the consumer's perspective, they don't see the long-term ramifications of Microsoft being allowed to just acquire a studio like this, not a studio, a publisher like Activision Blizzard, and to just basically walk in and drop that $68 billion and say, "Yup, you're ours now." People don't know. All they believe is this is only going to be a good thing because, hey, what people fail to realize is like, and I've seen this argument. People have said like, well, I'm at least glad that it's Microsoft getting Activision Blizzard and not Tencent. Like, guys, as far as I understand, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct about what I'm going to say. As far as I understand, what's happening to Microsoft right now, this is the message being sent to all mega corporations, tech companies, whatever. The message is being sent loud and clear. You can't do this. You can't just come in and buy publishers. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Does this mean Tencent can now, once this is done, go to Activision Blizzard and say, well, Microsoft couldn't get you, but we can? Maybe. And that would still be horrible. And I would be rooting for that to get blocked. But I think the chances of that, like if that were to happen, the chances of that getting blocked probably go sky high. Because think about it. Again, think about why it was blocked. It was blocked because of cloud, right? I don't know. A company like Tencent, look, I'll be honest, I don't know how relevant they are in the cloud space. But something tells me that they wouldn't be allowed to just also walk in and say, well, hey, Microsoft got blocked, but we're good to go. We're just gonna go right on through. I don't think so. Could be wrong about that. But I'm just saying, like, this whole situation, man, it's and that would be, look, that would be a nightmare scenario as well. The last thing, like, my hope with this, guys, I only have one hope. My hope with this, ultimately, at the end of the day, is simply that, well, publishers are not just free game, like it's not just open season for publishers to just be acquired. That's my hope. My hope is that most big publishers, if not all of them, remain independent. That's my hope. That's not going to stagnate innovation. That's not going to doom the industry. If anything, it's going to be the opposite. Because in order for these publishers to survive and thrive, they're going to have to give their customers what it is they want. People don't understand because they don't want to understand, because they just want to be blinded by the great deal that is GamePass, that the only thing something like Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard and putting their games into GamePass ultimately facilitates is the literal opposite of that. Here are a bunch of games that you already were going to get anyway, and there's nothing new here, but we're just going to be able to give them to you at a better price. Why? Oh, well, because, the industry is beginning to stagnate, and companies like Activision Blizzard feel the need to be bought out because they're struggling. Why are they struggling? Probably for the same reason we struggled, because we failed to actually produce things that the customer wanted. or at least it just wasn't enough. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not a bad thing. It's really not. There's nothing wrong with a company, a business. There's nothing wrong with a business delivering a product that the customers like and that the customers support. And there's nothing wrong with a business being rewarded for doing so handsomely, right? And there's also nothing wrong with a business that begins to struggle because they're not listening to their customer, or they're failing their customer, and they're failing to actually deliver what it is that the customer may actually want. In my opinion, there's a problem when that said business is doing that exact thing. They're failing to deliver what the customer actually wants. They're losing customers. They're losing the good faith. And then their solution is, well, maybe we can just be bought and then we'll be fine. And we can just keep doing what we're doing. And we're bailed out. Like, look at Ubisoft right now. Look at Ubisoft is there were reports that Ubisoft was definitely going around basically begging to be purchased, and no one wants to touch them because they have too much baggage. So what is Ubisoft forced to do now? Ubisoft is forced to try and fix things and get it right, because that's the only option they have. The only option Ubisoft has to not go under is we got to do better. That same option still exists for Activision Blizzard. Although apparently Activision Blizzard's numbers are looking pretty good in terms of how much money they're making. So I don't know. I've been seeing people actually come out and say that, like Activision Blizzard might actually be kind of okay just taking Microsoft's $3 billion because things are looking up for them now. I don't know exactly. But I'm telling you, man, like, we don't want to see that. We want to discourage this in the industry. I made the claim. I said many times in the past, if Microsoft ends up getting Activision Blizzard, I think Sony's going to, seriously consider buying a publisher of their own. And I wouldn't be able to argue against it. That's the problem. I wouldn't be able to argue against it. But I made it clear that I don't really want to see that happen. Because how is that going to benefit me? You know what I mean? Like, if Microsoft got Activision Blizzard and then Sony came out like a couple months later and was like, we're in talks to acquire Square Enix or, Konami or like another, people were saying it all the time, like, oh, they could go after EA if they wanted, maybe, or Take-Two, which sounds unrealistic to me. But even if that's what they did, how would that benefit me? It wouldn't. It wouldn't, because it's just like, dude, those games are coming. Like, you're taking things that were going to come either way, that I was going to get either way. Well, what if they were going to put it into PlayStation Plus? Well, I guess I could see some benefit there. But a part of me would still be sitting here thinking, like, Sony, why didn't you just put this money into your games, that your studios that you already own, and into the, and into PlayStation Studios? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I guess this is just where my mentality from what I want as a consumer maybe differs from other people out there, but I want good games, man. Like, I want good new games. That's what I want. I don't want games that already exist at a cheaper price point. It's hard for me to argue against that, because it's like, well, yeah, okay, who doesn't like a good deal? But at the end of the day, ultimately, as a gamer, that's not what excites me. Because that's the whole thing. We had this whole conversation yesterday about, well, why does it seem like video game sales are down? Is it the $70 price point that's hurting it? Well, probably, yeah, to a certain extent. But I made the argument in the stream yesterday that When the quality is there and the excitement, the actual excitement is there, and people see what seems to be a very good video game and a very good product, they support it. They give their money because it's not really the price that matters. It's what the hell are you trying to give me here? What are you bringing to the table? And believe me, when a video game publisher and developer brings a really good game to the table, the price is not going to matter nearly as much. It's not. I mean, it matters obviously no matter what to each individual, but I'm just saying that it's so much easier for people to be like, you know what? Yeah, here, I'll buy that. I'm day one for that game. I'll be there day one for that game. That's and how does that happen? How does the industry facilitate that? By making new, exciting video games. So I'll be honest, man, like it is difficult for me, very difficult for me to not celebrate this as a type of win, because I've been saying for literally years now, and anybody who tuned into my Crackdown 3 stream the other day, the member stream, you know, I've been saying for many years now, I simply am not in support of the direction that Microsoft is going in, because I frankly think they're going in the wrong direction. And nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. I went back, I watched my older videos, listened to myself back in 2019, listened to the things that I was bitching about. Why was I so upset with Microsoft? Why was I being like, you know what, I'm done with Microsoft. I'm going to go to PlayStation, see what's going on there. And the scary thing is I realized after listening back to myself from nearly 5 years ago that holy shit, nothing has changed. Not like the only thing that has changed is Microsoft decided we're just going to buy publishers. That's the only thing that has changed as of right now. Does that mean it's going to stay that way? No. I can't predict the future. But that's the thing that scared me. But not scared me, but it made me realize that I wasn't fucking wrong, dude. I wasn't. And I don't mean that in an arrogant, pompous way. I don't. But I knew exactly why I was fed up with Xbox. And it's the exact reason why I'm still fed up with them, because it's like, where the fuck are the good games? Where are the new games? Where are they? And that's it, man. And that's why anybody who is coming out here and trying to convince me and others, well, you should be cheering on. You should be excited that they're going to get Activision Blizzard. I said, fuck no, man. I'm not going to be excited about that. That's not what... Look, I know it's not just about me, but I think a lot of people share a similar sentiment. That's not what we asked for. We didn't ask Microsoft to go buy Activision Blizzard and throw their games in the Game Pass. And you can see that. You can see that based off of the way people are beginning to turn on Microsoft. Because people are now realizing how much time and money Microsoft just wasted. People asked Microsoft, make some good games, man. Start making better games. Like, get it together. Get consistent. Mike Brown, you're saying you did? Well, okay. I'm not saying everybody didn't ask for that. I'm not saying, of course, maybe some people, there are some people who did ask for that. But, you know, man, I don't know what Microsoft's solution is now. Truthfully, if I had to guess, they're just going to have to invest even more money in the studios they have. They're going to have to put more pressure on the studios they have. All right, that's something that's going to happen. Microsoft is going to have to start putting a little bit more pressure on the studios they have to actually deliver results, and that could be a good thing. It'll be a bad thing if they don't know how to, balance that out, because it's not easy. You can't just, hold a gun to developers' heads and say, make a great game now. It doesn't work that way, nor should it. But there has to be the perfect balance of pressure applied and expectation, but also fair and good management. It's a tough balance, man. All right, let me get to some of these super chats. We got Kitpert saying, I hate Xbox. It's so funny that after my rant here, this is the first First super chat I read. Kipford pops in to say, I hate Xbox and I don't want them to close, but F them. Thank you, Kipford. Kipford joins us every stream to just remind everybody, F Xbox. The Combo Clinic, you're saying, as soon as Microsoft threatened to take away cybersecurity from the UK, Apple CEO Tim Cook should have had a press conference to take their place. LOL. Yeah, that would have been funny. That would have been the biggest immediate backfire. It's Jacoby. You're saying no hater of Xbox, but I really ask myself, what's the reason for owning one nowadays? I don't know, man. I'm not. We're gonna get into that conversation soon. Because, as a wise man once said,
it's dangerous to rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance.
But we're gonna talk about that because, look, man, when it comes to why should anybody own an Xbox, I'll be honest, Microsoft has given you 0 reasons as of right now to actually own an Xbox. And I don't say that because I want to see Xbox sell no consoles, and I want to see PlayStation be the only one that has console sales. No. I want the opposite. I would love nothing more right now than to see the headlines that the PS5 is breaking records and selling. It's just breaking records. It's selling faster than anything else that came before it. I would love nothing more than to see that and to hear an Xbox is also breaking records of their own and is slowly catching up to them. That's what I would, because you know what that would mean is that, damn, Xbox is doing their job. Because the only way you sell consoles is by delivering good games consistently. That's how you sell consoles. Look at Nintendo, look at Sony, and look at Xbox. It's clear. So I would love nothing more than to see Xbox doing that as well. Because why not? Why not? That's competition. What I just described, that's competition. Miles, you're saying Phil Spencer is Don Matrick, but with lies. Give Don credit. At least he was honest. Yeah, you gotta give Mr. Matrick some credit here. Maybe he was a little too honest for his own good. But he was honest, right? There was no shame in that man's eyes when he rolled out the Xbox One and said, I want this to be not just a gaming unit, but a gaming unit where you also watch TV on it and record stuff and talk to it. And you got this big ass camera that you set up right in front of you know what I mean? Like, there was no shame in his eyes when he said this. If only he had known. But yeah, dude, Phil, I'll be honest, man. I've talked a lot about Phil Spencer, and I'm not going to go on here about him. I don't have any like personal problems with the guy. Obviously, he's just a dude doing his job. But you know, I think the one thing that Phil, the thing he has truly, in my opinion, been most dishonest about over the years, and it's understandable because I'm not saying he should necessarily be brutally honest, but it's that in him not willing to make it clear to the Xbox fan base and audience, he's also now put himself in a bit of a bind to a degree, because the one thing that Phil has never properly done is turn to the fans that he's speaking to in the audience. And I don't mean this literally. So understand that. I don't mean it literally like he has to say word for word this exact thing to the audience. But Phil has always tried to make it seem like he is like disconnected from the upper management of Microsoft and the business side of Microsoft. And he's always tried very hard to make it seem like, yeah, I'm a gamer, and he is, and I'm on the gamer side. And that might be true, but he's never done the thing that Jim Ryan does, which people hate Jim Ryan for, but you at least got to give credit where it's like, Jim Ryan's not out, he's not out here trying to make it seem like, hey, I want to be the figurehead of PlayStation and everybody talks positively about me and I can influence the community positively. No, he makes it clear, like, I have a job to do here. And it's in service of the PlayStation fan base. Phil hasn't done that. Phil has spent too much time acting like he's a fan himself and he's part of the fan base, while simultaneously being the person that's literally making these decisions. You know what I mean? And I think that ultimately has kind of bit Phil Spencer in the ass to a degree because, I'll tell you right now, people are not really saying many great things about Phil these days. And, I noticed there's less interviews with him to a degree. And the interviews that you get from Phil are more by the book now. They're more by the book, it seems. Or it's just kind of the same thing he's been saying for many years. And, he can't say wait for next year's E3 anymore because E3 is dead, but it's just, I feel like maybe it would benefit the fan base truly and the rhetoric inside of it and the mentality surrounding the fan base. I think it would just benefit them if Phil tried to just make it a little bit more clear, like, yeah, I'm a board member of Microsoft and the head of gaming, and the business comes before all else. Like, yeah, go Xbox fans. I'm a gamer and I love Destiny, but I have a job to do. And I have a boss to report to. And I have to make decisions. And that's what I always thought was strange is, Phil Spencer was the one who canceled Scalebound. Phil Spencer was the one who shut down Lionhead Studios. And the man practically got praised for doing so. Like, it was very strange. I don't understand, but I guess if anything, it just goes to show he's good at kind of, portraying himself as a certain type of person publicly, and people really held on to that. Leo Jimmy, thank you for the 20, man. You're saying, MBG money, I was wrong and Jim was right. I was like, let them have it. And he was like, hell no. I'm proud of Jim for not bowing down. Yeah, I feel you, man. There were many times where I was in the exact same boat, Leo Jimmy. I was in that exact same boat where I'm like, I'm so tired of this. I just want it to end. Sony, please just sign the contract and let's move on. And I don't blame me or you or anybody else who had that feeling, because I think all we really wanted is to just get back to the bigger picture. That's all it was. You know it, I know it. And what was it? What were we at? Why did we want that? Why did we want it to end? So we can get some PlayStation game announcements, bro. So we can get that showcase. So we can get the show on the road. And I feel like the reason why we got like that was because if you were paying attention to what everybody else was saying, everybody was saying like, oh, this is a done deal, bro. Yep. CMA is going to come out. They're going to give it a stamp of approval and it's over at that point. So I guess I just figured, well, if that's true, then it's over. But you know what? You're right. The last thing Jim said was, or not just Jim, but Jim and Sony, they basically, the last thing they said is they turned to the CMA and they're like, yo, crazy. Like, can't believe you guys are actually saying you're okay with this. And to be fair, the funny thing about it, as I mentioned earlier, is that the CMA didn't actually side with Sony. And that's what's so bizarre is you see people still coming out today saying that the CMA is trying to protect Sony and protect their leadership. And it's like, no. Like, they literally turned to Sony and were like, yeah, this isn't, the thing you're saying is a problem isn't actually a problem. And Sony was pissed. They're like, you serious right now? And so Sony packed it up, clearly, and they're like, well, we got to move on now. And then little did Sony know, the CMA was like, however, that cloud thing, though. Sony was like, wait, what? It's so funny, man. It's so funny how it worked out. That's crazy, dude. But I appreciate it, Leo Jimmy. And yeah, I mean, you do have to wonder. I did say earlier in the stream that Sony didn't really have to do anything. Sony could have signed the deal and it would have, it would have ended the same way. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could be very wrong about that. Maybe Jim Ryan and Sony had much more influence over this than we realize. But it's one of these things where we'll never truly know. We'll never truly know. But I appreciate the super chat, Leo. Isaac Himmler, you're saying, I bought a Series S last year for Xbox games, plus the PS5 wasn't in stock last year, but with no games I want on Xbox, I'm just going to be switching to PlayStation. That's interesting to hear, Isaac. I have a feeling you're not the only one, man. I have a feeling at this point, people are genuine. Like, this month was so bad for Xbox. it's a shame that Xbox isn't doing their showcase in May because they need it, man. Like Xbox really desperately needs a W right now. And I feel like if they had their show sooner rather than later, it would do a great job at mitigating all of this. But actually, it seems like it's going to get worse because Redfall's coming out next week, or the reviews are coming out next week. And I'll tell you right now, man, like one of two things is going to happen for Xbox the first week of May. It's either going to be, damn, Redfall's coming out with some good reviews and it's reviewing better than anybody thought it would. So good job, Xbox. Good job, Arcane. And there's your W. Much needed. Coming in at the exact time you needed it. Or it's going to review not well. Certainly not very good. And it's just going to add on to this, pile of L's that Xbox has had to, and fans have had to deal with for the entire month. And I'm not rooting either way. I will obviously have something to say either way. If Redfall reviews well, I will talk about it. If Redfall reviews poorly, I will talk about it. But I guess I hope for the Xbox fan base's sake that Redfall reviews pretty well, because I feel like the last thing they really want going into the first week of May is more bad news. More bad news. That would definitely not be good for them. So, hearing you're switching to PlayStation, man, I think it's going to be up to Microsoft and their June showcase to really convince people, why you might not want to sell your Xbox and trade it in for a PS5, or at the very least consider getting a PS5. Or not, it's going to be Xbox's job to really let the fans know why they want to consider getting a PS5. No, it's the opposite of that. It's going to be their job to let the fan base know why they're going to want to consider maybe getting an Xbox as well or instead. And they've not been doing a good job, man. Not at all. Hellbound 1981 and Fred Vance. I'm pretty sure I gave you guys your shout out for these 5 gifted memberships. But just in case I didn't, thank you so much. New Soul 9 again, you're saying MBG, their argument is about cloud exclusivity, which is actually the opposite of what Microsoft is known for. Also, they've been investing in their studios. It was just an opportunity that was given to them. Well, here's why I can't fault. Here's why I cannot fault the CMA too much here. You're basically saying that the CMA blocked this because they turned to Microsoft and they said the cloud market is still in its infancy, and you seem to be maybe ahead of the curve here. And we think that because of that, if cloud gaming does eventually start to take off, you're going to basically leverage these games. So it is fascinating to think that essentially, see, here's why I think people don't. Microsoft came out and they said to you and to me, to the CMA and to everybody, we'll give you a 10-year deal. They went to cloud platforms that you never even heard of. Cloud platforms, right? Like you see them signing a deal with everybody. 10-year deal for you, 10-year deal for you. They're doing everything they can to make it clear, like, we're not going to make these games exclusive. And this is why I know that Sony maybe wasn't the one to convince the CMA, but in a way, this kind of ultimately does fall back to that same argument. And to me, this isn't about protecting Sony necessarily, but it's about the fact that I and many other people argued that, dude, at some point in time, like in the future, even beyond 10 years from now, there's a good chance Microsoft's going to turn and say, okay, we're going to make Call of Duty exclusive now. Because what would stop them from doing so? There would be nothing to stop them. They can sign as many 10-year contracts with these cloud services and these cloud platforms, but once the 10 years is up, what is stopping them? And all the CMA, as far as I can tell, the only thing the CMA is essentially coming out and saying is that okay, maybe cloud gaming isn't really relevant right now, and it might not be for a long time. But what we do know is that the day cloud gaming maybe does become relevant it's gonna be certainly beyond that 10-year contract. And at that point in time, guess what? Not Microsoft can do whatever they want with Call of Duty or with any of their games. They can make all of their games exclusive to the xCloud service if that's what they choose to do. And literally nothing would be there to stop them from doing that. This is why everybody's trying to make it sound like the CMA is so stupid and they don't know what they're talking about. It's like, dude, all this comes down to is what people have been trying to argue for this entire time, which is, why do people trust Microsoft to not do that? Like, it's like everybody is in agreement. Well, if they're willing to do a 10-year contract, then I guess their word is good. Like, what? No, man. Like, Microsoft is playing the long game. They're not playing the next 10 years. Microsoft is absolutely trying to fucking dominate. Microsoft is absolutely trying to get into a position where 15 years from now, 18 years from now, 20 years from now, whatever it might be, they are going to be dominant, utterly dominant in the gaming space. And it could very well come in the form of cloud. I hope not. That would suck ass. Who wants that? But that's the thing, man. If you can convince people Game Pass is great because it's cheap, don't question how the sausage is made. Just enjoy it. If you can convince the masses of that and you can grow Game Pass like it's nobody's business, well, what's the next logical step there? Cloud, streaming. And I've seen people saying, and I think this is a valid argument, but this is where the regulator is doing their job. The argument is, so let me get this straight. Microsoft is going to be punished by not being able to get Activision Blizzard because of everybody else's lack of ability to actually try to do something to a competent degree in cloud streaming, in the cloud streaming sphere? Yes. Yes. The fact that Microsoft, it's comical, man. It's like almost poetic. It's like, yeah, they're the ones that have one of the, most established brands in gaming through Xbox. And they also happen to put a decent amount of effort into their cloud services. Has xCloud taken off? Are like 50% of Xbox players playing their games through the cloud? No. Not yet, but they've been growing it and they've been expanding it. What has the competition been doing? Well, there is, people mention Netflix. How much market share does Netflix have in gaming? Right? Like, I mean, how much market share do they really have? I mean, doesn't Nvidia, they have a cloud service, right? How many people play on that? Could Nvidia actually be a viable competitor to Microsoft in the long run? Nvidia doesn't sell any games. Well, there you go, I guess. I guess I'm just trying to say that I'm not understanding. I'm not quite understanding, and I don't know, maybe I am stupid, but I'm not understanding why it's so hard to believe that Microsoft wouldn't want to do something to benefit them as a business in a market that they are involved with and expanding in that not many others are. Like why is it so hard to believe that, they wouldn't do that? And what people are arguing for, what people are basically arguing for, and I actually am happy about this because this is probably going to I don't know, maybe it'll prolong the cloud future. It's hard to say, but people are basically arguing like, well, it's just not fair. Like, just because nobody else wants to pursue cloud in a super significant way. Oh, really quick, you're saying MBG, Nvidia, Valve, and Nintendo vouching for Microsoft's credibility means nothing if Sony is not on that list. I mean, I don't know. See, that's the wrench that's kind of thrown into it, right? Where it's like you do have to wonder, why was everybody so willing to sign the deal? I mean, it almost makes you wonder, like, do any of these companies actually think the cloud is the future when it comes to gaming? I mean, I almost want to say that them just being so willing to sign it tells me maybe no. And again, maybe that is something you can leverage against the CMA's argument here, right? I'm just saying, at the end of the day, man, I do not trust Microsoft. Like that's all it comes down to. You know, like if the CMA comes out and says, yeah, we don't trust them. We think in the cloud space they might do something crazy and fuck everything up. It's like, okay, I believe you, because I mean, Microsoft, as far as I'm aware, like, Microsoft entered the fucking console space and started to fuck everything up. You know, don't get me wrong, Sony's just as bad because Sony follows. But who was the first one to come out here and be like, yo, you're gonna have to pay to play online? It wasn't Sony. It wasn't Nintendo. I mean, I hate the fact that Sony and Nintendo just followed. Thanks a lot, Microsoft. But it's cool. It's cool. PlayStation, isn't that the ultimate irony, Shelly? PlayStation did cloud streaming before Xbox. Isn't that just the most, again, it's poetic, man. Like, how can it be? I'm telling you, man, Sony's thanking themselves for their own failure in cloud. All right, let me keep this going here. Brad Beck, you're saying, why would X players want Xbox to spend money on games they would already get anyway, instead of building way more games or speeding up development? I mean, it's just because it hinges on, you know, the deal and the value that is Game Pass. That's ultimately why. That's really all it comes down to, you know? It's like, you can't ask Microsoft to, all right, you can ask Microsoft, but people will not pay attention to the people asking Microsoft to make new, different, and better games if Microsoft's too busy throwing it in everybody's faces. But you can get all these games that have already existed, but now you can get them in our service. You see what I'm saying? Like, it really is. It's the Game Pass protection effect. I don't know what else to call it. It's like the bulletproof vest, you know, for them, where it's like, you can't hate on us. Not even hate. Like, you can't demand or expect different or better games from us, because people are not going to agree with you. People are going to say, how the hell could you say that? Look at what they're giving you with Game Pass. You see what I mean? It is a cop-out. It's the easy way out. This is what I've been saying for so long. It is the easy way out. And you know, people have argued against me, and they've been saying, well, it's just a viable business option. It's like, it is, yeah, and they pursued it. It just so happens that it didn't work in their favor. And Brad, thank you for gifting another membership. We got Sirius. You're saying Xbox fans have been brainwashed. Straight up, bro. Straight up. You know how I know this is true? Because, like, dude, I'm seeing some of the most hardcore Xbox fans coming here. Like, they refuse to accept this, man. Like, they refuse to accept this outcome. And they'd rather complain about, well, this is Sony's fault, and this is the UK CMA's fault. This is the UK government's fault. Like, it's you know what I mean? It's like, it's everybody else's fault. And they just refuse to just turn and look at Microsoft and say, all right, guys, like, maybe try doing what Sony does now. You know, like, they refuse, man. They absolutely refuse. And I'm sorry I'm late to this. We have another new member, Camus Acario. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but thank you so much, Camus, for choosing to become a member. Obviously, as I said, many people get gifted memberships, and it's greatly appreciated. I love all my members, but it's always nice to see those of you who are saying, you know what, I'm going to just actively become a member. You now have the ability to gift memberships in doing so, but I really do appreciate it. It's a sign of direct support on top of the gifted membership. So shout out to you, Camus. Thank you so much. Welcome to Greatness Awaits, and look forward to your member exclusive perks. We have the Genius 200X saying, my guy, much love on the member growth. I've been following you since you were pulling a Morgan Freeman with your narrations. I love that, dude. I love that. I missed the past few streams due to work, but want to make it up. Well, thank you, dude. It's all good, man. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the super chat, and yeah, dude, the Morgan Freeman narrations. I love it. Yeah, dude, we've been growing members like crazy here, and it's awesome, man. It's awesome. I want to say and I just want to put it out here so everybody's aware, because I don't think it shows it to my members. I think it actually hides like the view count for my members and whatnot. Like, you think it would show it, but we got really good viewership, like way more than I was expecting on the members only stream. More than I've ever gotten on anything members exclusive. So yeah, I mean, it seems like people really enjoyed that, and gotta give the people what they want, right? So also, we have over 800 people here hanging out right now. Please take a second, hit that like button. We could easily crush 400 to 450 likes if everybody tries to contribute, or most people try to contribute. So hit that like button. And I also just want to let you guys know that tomorrow I'm putting out a poll for members. You should get an email about it, but I'm putting out a poll where I'm going to ask you guys to vote on what you consider the most valuable member perk. This is going to be incredibly important data for me. So this is why I'm actually letting you guys know I'm putting this poll out, because I'm going to be looking at it closely, and it's your opportunity to give me some direct feedback and data that I can work with. And then we have Maple Wolf Clips choosing to become a member as well. Big shout out to you, Maple Wolf Clips. Thank you so much for choosing to actively become a member and support me and my content. So welcome to Greatness Awaits. Thank you so much. New Soul 9, you're saying the dude, I guess this is in response to what the dude said in the chat. You're saying, you just proved my point that Microsoft would be stupid to keep it exclusive, because that's the main argument of the UK regulator for blocking it. Well, I'm not sure what the dude said, New Soul 9, but what I can say is that, I know, like, I made the argument many times in the past, and people said, like, maybe it's not a good argument to make, and it just seems like I don't know what I'm talking about, where I was like, why can't Microsoft offer a contract that goes beyond 10 years? And everybody was saying to me, like, you don't do that. Like, that doesn't exist. And this is just where I'm like, I guess I don't understand how this stuff works, because it's like literally what is stopping Microsoft from doing that? Like, who made the rule that you can't do that? And somebody will say, well, it's just not good business. That's why they won't do it. Well, then, but it doesn't compute in my brain. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody says, well, that's bad business and that's not smart. But if you're not lying and you don't believe, you will, like, if what you're saying is true, though, like, that's the whole thing. If you're saying, or at least you're trying to say to the regulatory bodies, we're not going to make these games exclusive to our console, to our cloud platform, to GamePass, anything, then what's the problem? And that's why. That's the problem. The reason why it's considered bad business is because everybody over there at Microsoft is saying, well, who knows what it'll be like in 10 years? We might very well decide on the 11th or 12th year, we're going to have to make this exclusive. That's why they won't do it, in my opinion. Because I just don't get it, man. Like, that, to me, that's the strangest argument. That's like the argument that, oh, well, nobody does more than 10 years. Well, it's like, what why can't, like, who's saying that? Who made this rule? I need to know. Because if it was that important for Microsoft, I just can't help but think, what if they extended the contract? If they extended the contract to like a ridiculous number of years, how, like, to me, that seems like it would only benefit them, right? You're saying, did you not read the deal? Microsoft wanted to be on PlayStation's platform for 100% of revenue and even more shady stuff. Why? Yeah, no, I know about that, but that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. You know, like, the idea that Microsoft doesn't want to share their money with Sony. I mean, of course not. Of course not. But I think that if I'm not mistaken, I think that was in reference to cloud streaming. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that was in reference to cloud streaming. So, for example, what I mean by that is every copy of Call of Duty that was sold on PlayStation under Microsoft's ownership, Sony would still get a 30% cut. I think. Unless I'm wrong about that. And if so, that is yeah, that's very concerning. Excuse me. Maple Wolf Clip saying, glad to support. Thank you so much. Jenna Hayes, you're saying, MBG, if people are mad the deal prevents games from going into Gamepass, there are plenty of solutions to get affordable games. eBay with Auction Sniper, Amazon, Craigslist, Martinez down the street. Well, that's the whole thing, right? That's the whole thing, at least from my perspective, is it's just, I feel like you can be a person that cares about quality and you understand that, well, I expect that if I want something of quality, I'm going to have to pay for it. And there is a viable solution for those who maybe, if you can't afford it or you just can't bring yourself to pay $70 for a new game, if you are willing to wait, you can get it at a much better deal. You know, you can get it at like $40 potentially, $50, sometimes even cheaper. Sometimes if you're willing to wait long enough, you might get it in PlayStation Plus or something, or any of these services, these gaming services. So, this is just where, I don't know, man. I can never be in support of the conditioning. I refuse to support that. I do not feel I'm being anti-consumer. I feel like I'm just doing what I know and what makes the most sense to me. I can just never be part of the group that is like, I'll wait for it to come to Game Pass or PS Plus, or, I'll just, I'm not going to buy games. I'm just going to wait. And if they don't make it to the service, then I'm not interested. I'm sorry. I'm not that type of person. I just feel like the best thing a person can do is just try to be as educated as you can. I mean, yeah, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. That I understand, and that's fine. I'm assuming I'm speaking up people who could afford games. I feel like the best thing to do is educate yourself about a game. Like, you look at Star Wars, for example. If you're hearing that it's just, the performance isn't very great in performance mode and that matters to you, and, has a couple bugs, and they're saying that they're going to come out and patch some things. Okay, you know what? Hold that $70. That's what I'm doing for now anyway, for at least a couple weeks. Hold that $70 and wait on it, or take it even further. Just wait until it does go on sale, or just forego it completely. You know what I mean? Like, because that's not what I want to hear when I'm thinking about buying a $70 new AAA game. I want to hear nothing but good things, positive things, not perfection, certainly not stuff like that. Let me see. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, there's nothing wrong with buying companies if they are willing to sell, and is proven with hard fact that it's not going to affect the market / competition. Well, New Soul 9, so here's the thing. You're saying there's nothing wrong with buying companies if they're willing to sell. This is where we are getting into ultimately subjective territory, in my opinion. Maybe some people disagree, but in my opinion, this is subjective from a consumer perspective. All right. I understand that this is always going to be something that exists in any market, in any business, right? Like companies are going to sell, companies are going to buy. That's, that's how it works. Consolidation to a certain extent is always going to happen. It's always been happening. Just not anywhere near this level, not on this scale. And the thing that gets me here is that, like, when you make this statement, because again, I don't think it's an incorrect statement or an invalid statement. I think it's perfectly valid and it makes sense. Like, if a company wants to sell, there's nothing wrong with another company wanting to come in and buy them. Where things get murky, in my opinion, is the fact that when you say this, it's not fully taking into account just the scale. You're saying, like, it's been proven, it's a hard fact, it's not going to affect the market or competition. Actually, I disagree with that, because if you listen to what everybody has been saying, they've all been saying that, oh, this is actually going to be supposedly good for competition because it's actually going to give Microsoft a chance to compete against Sony. That people who were pro Activision Blizzard x Microsoft, that's what they were saying. And my whole argument against this is that it just feels a bit wrong to me, and a bit cheap, and a bit of a cop-out, frankly. Like, it just feels not great to know that I was always making the argument that I think Microsoft should try to get it together, figure out how to correct their management, get better management, invest in some talent, buy some studios, and they've done all these things. Mostly. I just think it's a little bit kind of bullshit, maybe even a lot, that it's like, so you're doing, like, Microsoft's solution to become a viable competitor is to just buy one of the biggest known commodities. Again, I get from it in the business world, capitalism, it's like, it's fair game. I get that. Like, that's the nature of the beast. But does that mean that I have to agree with it and view it as, well, hey, it can happen, so it must be okay? No, I don't. I view it as something that is a last-ditch, desperate attempt to be a competitor. And I just ultimately think it's sad and not something that, honestly, not something that Microsoft should have invested so much time, effort, and money into, because I don't know, man, maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment. Maybe I'm just a fool, but I've always looked at Microsoft and I thought, there's no way you can't get it together. You know what I mean? Like, and I know that from, like, the, PlayStation fanboy perspective, it's like, oh, Xbox sucks. They'll always suck and they'll always be in last place. And they can never do anything right. But I've always had the mindset, like, I'm pretty sure you guys can do it. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys can do it without having to resort to this. But, that's the thing, is it's when the focus for them is Game Pass, it's like, yeah, the two things kind of add up, don't they? It's like, well, we want to grow Game Pass and we want to grow it quickly. And the things that you're asking us to do take time, and we don't have that time. We don't want to wait that long. So we want results now. And this company's willing to sell. We're willing to buy. I get it. Like, it's, again, there was a couple weeks ago, not even, I was like, look, I'm ready for them to, to lock this thing down, and we're just going to have to move forward where this is how Microsoft competes, and I'm glad. I got to admit, like, a part of me is kind of excited to see, and this is why, like, I'm trying to encourage the Xbox fan base to be a little bit more optimistic about it, because it's like, again, I know you're not going to get the deal of Activision Blizzard games on Game Pass, but this might open other doors for Xbox. Like, this might open their eyes and get them to maybe see, like, you know what, we're going to have to approach things differently now. If we want to be a viable competitor to Sony and compete for more market share, we might have to do it in a different way. And that may come in the form of, well, you know what, actually, rather than just buying publishers anymore, let's see if we can just rapidly grow our studios. Let's see if we can start locking down more day one Game Pass games for our Game Pass customers. I also want to remind everybody, And this is worth reiterating. Literally nothing is going to stop Microsoft after this deal potentially falls apart, which it seems like it already is. Once it's all said and done, nothing's going to stop Microsoft from calling Activision up and saying, you know, we couldn't get the deal to go through, but maybe we could do the next best thing. Do you want to get we'll pay for the marketing rights for Call of Duty, and let's get some of these Call of Duty games day one into Game Pass. Because if you think about it, Microsoft's such a nice guy. Microsoft is such a nice company, and they care so much about the consumer. They're out here basically making promises, practically getting the entire community hyped up. Like, aren't you guys excited? We're getting Activision. They're putting the logos together and everything. And then if it all falls apart, Microsoft, you got your fan base expecting something here. You can still pay for that. But they won't. I bet you they won't. You're saying Activision will never put their games on Game Pass? Why not? Why not? If Microsoft gives them a deal they can't refuse, why not? You know what the scary truth is? And I'm actually not happy about this. Truth, like, I hope this doesn't happen. Because they sell. Huh. Who would have thought? You know what's scary about it, dude? You know what's scary about it, though? Like, to me, what's frightening is seemingly the fact that, well, it's not a fact, but the real possibility that the way this ends is with Activision striking another 10-year deal with PlayStation to market Call of Duty. Oh my God, dude. At that point, I might be regretting everything I'm saying here, because that's going to suck. I'm so tired of that, man. But how crazy would that be if that's where this all ends? That'd be the wildest outcome. But it's actually not that, I know a lot of people are saying it's not over yet. Dude, I mean, look, the Call of Duty PlayStation marketing deal is set to end, I believe, in 2025. That's around seemingly the time where this whole thing is it's going to be completely over, So that would be so crazy. It's not over until it's over. Yeah, that's true. Crooked Vulture, I'm sorry I'm a little bit late to thanking some of you guys. I notice you're still gifting memberships. Let me see. Oh, it's all crashing on me now. We got Crooked Vulture gifting a membership. And we got Luigi Serio gifting 5 memberships. Sorry, man. I apologize that I missed that. I'm usually very good with that. I think I'm a little bit feverish right now. I don't know. I can't tell if it's hot in here or if it's me. Like, I'm definitely a little bit sick, but I'm not like super sick. I'm like that kind of sick where it's like, yeah, I'm a little under the weather, but I'm feeling really hot, and I just can't tell. I can't tell if it's me or not. Let me see. So, and Luigi and Crooked Vulture, forgot to give you your gotta give you your. I feel like it's been a while since I did that, and it's like there are definitely new people that have entered this chat that were not here earlier when I was first playing those sound bites, and that's the first time they're hearing it. The second one gets me every time. Yeah, dude, that was Microsoft's Brad Smith to the UK. Microsoft's Brad Smith losing his shit, losing his mind. He's all like, oh my God, dude. It's just too good. It sounds exactly like you. That's Will Sasso, man. That's actually Will Sasso. If you know, you know. Oh, man. Losing his mind. All right, let me see. So thank you, Crooked Vulture. Thank you, Luigi. The Furious, you're saying Mark Cerny, Neil Druckmann, Jim Ryan versus Phil Spencer, Brad Smith, and Satya Nadella in a shirtless pose-off. Who wins? Who has the best abs? The best pecs? Damn, dude. I don't know. Well, to be honest, I think Brad Smith and Neil Druckmann, I think they're or not Neil Druckmann, Brad Smith and Jim Ryan, they're both pretty old. So I'll be honest. I think if you're talking about a pose off, I don't think they're going to stand much of a chance. Bill Spencer, I mean, maybe when he was a little bit younger, but I think ever since he had to take on the entire responsibility of the gaming division under Microsoft, you could tell the dude's been stressing him a little bit, you know? Phil Spencer's starting to age a little bit more rapidly. And so I don't know. Satya Nadella, I don't know, man. Satya Nadella, I could see Satya Nadella having like straight up a 6-pack, bro. He just seems like the type, you know? He's definitely an older guy. He's not like really old, but Satya Nadella comes off to me as the type of dude that does hit the gym a little bit, potentially, just to stay in a little, you know, moderate shape. And he looks pretty slim. So yeah, I could see him having some abs. And Neil Druckmann and Mark Neil Druckmann and Mark Cerny, bro, I could totally see Mark Cerny. No one saw it coming. Mark Cerny comes in for the pose off, and he's just shredded from head to toe, bro. Like straight up bodybuilder, not like big jacked, but just totally cut and shredded, and he would shock everybody. Neil Druckmann, I don't know, man. Does Neil Druckmann look like the type of guy that's ever lifted a weight in his life? Maybe. I don't know. Ultimately, though, in this pose off between them, I don't know, man. I think Mark Cerny and Neil Druckmann have the potential to take the gold. Take the gold, you know? Because I don't know. Brad Smith and Phil Spencer, I just don't think they're going to cut it. What a crazy super chat, the Furious. Markio, I think if I'm saying your name correct. You're saying, what's up, MBG? New member, been enjoying your streams. Keep it up. Well, thank you so much, man. Glad to see it, man. Glad to see that you're enjoying it, enjoying the streams. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to keep the content flowing. I love doing the streams. That's why I'm so annoyed that I'm a little bit sick right now, because it's like I'm definitely not at 100%. You know, I'm not like severely sick or anything, but I'm looking forward to getting back to 100% because the streams have been really fun. I've really been enjoying it. I think the conversations we've been having have been really engaging. I think, and I'm really excited to see what May brings, because dude, this was April, and you know, May is traditionally a pretty big month in gaming because it's like the build up to the big, you know, the big things that are going to happen in June. So it's going to be a good time. So I appreciate that, man. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, does it surprise anyone that Eric Cartman is an Xbox fan? Doesn't surprise me, Planet Schlorpian. Is that true, though? I don't know. I haven't watched South Park in many, many years. But that would make sense. That would make sense. It all adds up. Mark Tech, you're saying, got a lot of enjoyment from your streams recently, and even a membership gift cannot return that from iPhone. So here's a super chat. Have a good stream. Oh, thank you so much, Mark. That's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. Yeah, dude, like I said, I've been seeing a lot of people coming out thanking those who were gifting memberships. I didn't even look, man. I have failed to update you guys, but we are actually at 111 memberships because I'm falling a little bit behind here. That is crazy. Like, that is a crazy amount. Like, I don't even know what to say at that. So we absolutely crushed the goal again. I'm actually gonna have to update it again. So give me a second to update it. I'm gonna put it to I think 130. Because you guys don't stop. You keep this train going. I'll put it to... There we go. Update it because you guys just absolutely crush it every single time. Yeah, we do have the best community ever. We really, really do. Like, I really cannot thank you guys enough. The support has been through the roof, and guys, that's the thing, man. I don't care if I will say with this, I don't care if I sound like a broken record. I'm going to keep thanking everybody because, like I said, I love doing these streams. I love hanging out with this community. I love hanging out with the chat. I love the fact that I'm able to just talk, be myself, be honest, talk about the things that I want to talk about, that a lot of you guys want to talk about. And the way you make it happen, is by doing exactly what you've been doing, pretty much with every stream, which is just coming out in force, constantly gifting memberships, new members joining, and super chats. That is the type of fan funding that, frankly, I never thought I'd be able to get. And you guys have proven that you are here. You are here for me as a content creator. You are here for the channel, and you're here for the community. And that is awesome, man. So who knows how far we can go with this, but there's like something I want to say that I'm trying to do for my members, but I don't know when exactly. It's nothing major. And that's the thing. I don't know how my members are going to respond to it. I look at it as it's not that big of a deal. I do think it's something that my members would enjoy, certainly, at least a good portion of them. But for all I know, you guys might respond to it by being like, this is awesome. And it's something very different that I wouldn't put on my regular content feed. But the thing is, like, I don't know when exactly it's going to happen. And I have to work around a couple things to make it. It's nothing guys. This is why I was like hesitant to even mention it, because I do not want people to build up their expectations high. It's really not that major. It's not that significant, but it's just a little something that I figure, hey, on top of the member only streams, you guys might enjoy this as well. So when I'm able to get that out, I'll definitely let you guys know. So it's just because I'm curious to see what the reaction is going to be to it. And oh my god, okay, soundboard's about to go off. We got Hellbound 1981. I'm sorry, guys, I've lost track, and I sincerely apologize if I have missed your name with when it comes to gifting. But we got Hellbound 1981. We got Exley 3000, and then Hellbound again with another 5. All you guys gifting 5s, and then we got the Genius 200X coming in with a massive 20 bomb. W's in the chats for the 20 bomb. Let's get it going. We gotta get all the sounds. I'm just gonna play that one the whole time, but we gotta get the train going. Oh man. Massive 20 member drop thanks to the Genius 200. Dude, thank you so much, man. That is crazy. I see somebody asking, am I going to read your super chat? No worries. I'm going to read all the super chats. I'm making my way through them. You guys are just so generous and so kind with the super chats. I literally get backed up with super chats, which is a great problem to have. But I do want to remind everybody that I will read your super chat. It will not get skipped. No worries. I do have to apologize that it might just take a little bit longer, but man, that's the second 20 bomb today. Holy, you guys, you just crushed the goal too, man. Like, we're now at 136 members, and I literally just fixed the goal to get it to 130. So let me adjust that again, dude. That is very, very generous. The 20 bombs. I have to get a specific soundbite for the 20 bombs. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to get anything like that today. That's why I didn't have anything ready to go. Let's get some.
Do not be sorry. Be
Oh my
better.
god. Guys are absolutely wild. This community, I swear, man. What did I say we were at? We're at 136. That is, man. Another 20 bomb, dude. Gotta get the train out here again. That is wow. Seriously, was not expecting that, dude. That is very, very kind of you. And you know what? I do want to acknowledge as well, the 20 bombs are always insane to look at, but we also got to make sure, at least I got to make sure, I am shouting out individuals like Hellbound 1981, Exley 3000, Fred Vance, and others. Again, apologies if I'm forgetting your name, but I see many of you continually gifting 5 memberships at a time. And they add up, man, like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's crazy. So, but those big bombs, the 20 bomb, Genius 200X, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. So Make sure I get the other ones for you.
It's
Got
dangerous to rely on
got your Mark
teraflops as an
Cerny.
absolute indicator of performance.
Enough from me. We're gonna have the games do our talking.
Oh no, what just happened? Dude, I swear these... Uh-oh. Is everything okay? Is the stream okay? For some reason, I think I hit him like too rapidly back to back, and it like it refreshed my my page here. Please let me know if the stream is okay. Everything looks good on my end. Oh yeah, Fishy Q. So, because now you're herpy derps. You're confusing the hell out of me now because yeah, Fishy Q, but really you're the same person, supposedly. You just want me to say the name, bro. You just want me to say the name. But thank you guys so much. The support is honestly, it's through the roof, and it's very humbling. I don't mean to keep going on about it, but the last thing I want is for anybody here to think that I take this for granted or that it's just an expectation or anything along those lines. It's absolutely not. Anybody who does anything for this channel, just know it's not expected. It's very much appreciated, and it makes me a very happy person. It does. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but my energy levels, I feel even now when I'm sick a little bit, I feel like my energy levels are still through the roof to a degree anyway, because I don't know, man. I've just been enjoying it so much. I've been enjoying this community and keeping it going, man. So thank you guys so much. Let me keep these super chats going so I don't keep you guys waiting too long. Clever Lang says, I love these Xbot tiers. It's hilarious. Oh, man. Dude, I swear, it's so funny because I feel like in between like most of the super chats I get, there's just a random smaller super chat of somebody just saying something like that. It's pretty funny at times. Got to be honest. Because it feels like it just comes out of nowhere. Jim Ryan is moved by your speech. Crying Ryan. Joys. I almost said joys of tears. Oh, man. Tears of joy. Tears of joy. Man, I got to be honest with you guys, too. Like, as I'm going further into the stream, I'm a little bit sicker than I thought. Just a little bit. I don't know. I think it might be peaking. And I'm thinking that by the time I wake up tomorrow, I should be close to 100%. But we'll see, man. Like, if I say right now, oh, this is probably not going to be a 4-hour stream, guys. Anytime I've ever said that, it's almost like I may as well be saying, this is a guarantee we're going to go beyond 4 hours, guys. But yeah, I do have to be honest in that I can feel it creeping up a little bit more now. Again, I cannot tell if it's hot in this room or if I'm literally becoming feverish. But either way, I'm feeling the heat, man. I'm feeling the heat. I don't know why. So I'll keep it up as long as I can. I do not want to end this stream early. I got my coffee here. Whew. Just drink more coffee. That's the answer. That's the answer. More coffee. More. Oh my God. That's a great soundbite right there. Kylo Ren screaming more. Guys, remind me if I forget. Remind me at the end of the stream. That's a great sound. Dude, I'm going to run out of hotkeys here, though. That's the only thing I'm concerned about, running out of hotkeys. I'm going to have a whole spreadsheet reminding me which one's which. We need more cowbell. Did you not put honey into your tea? I'm actually not drinking tea yet. I'm drinking some coffee. Yeah, I don't know, man. I woke up in the middle of the night last night, like sweating up a storm. And I think I asked my wife to actually turn the air on for a little bit. And she was like, it's like freezing in here already. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, you know, and I was like out of it. So I didn't know what to say. I'm just like, well, just do it anyway. Because I'm sweating over here. But But yeah, it's probably because my body's like, yo, we gotta destroy this virus, whatever it is. Xbox is making me sick, bro. Microsoft out here making me sick. Just kidding. All right, let me keep this going because yeah, at some point I'm going to become delirious if I keep going this way. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying having a no exclusives mantra won't bring a pro-consumer utopia. It'll collapse brands, as what seems to be happening to Xbox. That's an argument I've been trying to make for a long time, man, is that it feels like what Microsoft is trying to achieve, it requires so much force. So much force, not necessarily onto the consumer, not even onto the consumer, but it's just it requires just so much strong arming, right? And as I said, like they have to brute force their way to their success. I just feel like there's something inherently wrong with that, you know, where it's like, what is it? That quote from Blade, Wesley Snipes. You know, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Yeah, it feels like that. It feels like that. It feels like that's exactly Microsoft right now. And it's just like, dude, you don't have to. You're Microsoft, man. You're Microsoft. You don't have to do it this way. There's more than just the brute force attempt. Regardless of what the shareholders think, regardless of what the board of Microsoft thinks, like there is another way. And that's the thing, is they're going to find out. They have no choice now. If this deal dies, which it seems like it's going to, they're going to have no choice but to find out. I swear, man, the creepiest thing about this past week is the amount of conversation that's been struck up about the future of Xbox. Like, what's going to happen to Xbox? What is the and I'm like, damn, dude, I hope it's not that dire. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a world where it's like Xbox is actually dead now. It's like, well, shit. That's not what I wanted. I don't think that's what anybody wanted. So I hope that speech that Phil Spencer gave was true when he was like, it just slows down our gaming plans. New Soul 9, you're saying, wait, MBG, why do you give Phil a hard time about his job? About where are the games? But at the same time, you advocate and understand that game development takes time. Well, I'll tell you why, New Soul 9, because I've been following Xbox for a very long time, and under Phil's leadership specifically, the amount of time it's been taking studios is fucking ridiculous. Like unacceptable, practically. And this is why I you know, people, they sit back and I don't think anything's going to happen. Because that's the thing, like, I get games take time. Yes, a lot. Like, if you want some of the biggest and best games, it's going to take time. And I don't necessarily expect Microsoft to come out and just suddenly, in a matter of 2 and 3 years, start firing on all cylinders and bring out a bunch of the biggest and best games. No, but they got to start somewhere. And that's my problem. They haven't started. It hasn't started. Do you know where it's going to start? Do you know where it's going to start? I don't need to say it. You guys know. The chat can say it for me. You guys know exactly where it's going to start. I actually just want to see if we're on the same page right now. Where's it going to start? When does it finally occur? When does it finally happen? Sitting here with a little bit of dead air because I gotta. You're saying Tuesday. Somebody got it. Somebody got it. When it's too late, man, you guys are being brutal, unnecessarily brutal. Well, somebody said it, and they said Starfield, and yes, that's when it finally starts. And you know, that's just not how it should be, in my opinion. I understand, like I said, I'll give Microsoft credit. Starfield's going to be Microsoft's game. It's Xbox's game. It's an exclusive. They've owned, you know, it's fine. It's fine. But I just think it would have been such a better, it should have started with Halo. Truthfully. That's where it was supposed to start. We saw how that went. And, you know, now it's going to be up to Starfield. And we don't even know if Starfield's going to do it. The assumption is it will. The assumption is it will, but I don't know, man. I just don't think it's a good look for Microsoft. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just don't know that that's the way they. I just don't know that. I know it sounds like almost everything Microsoft is doing, I'm saying that's not the right way. That's not the right way. But ultimately, I guess I'm just trying to say, guys, and New Soul 9, because I understand that big, exciting AAA video game development, it takes a long time and it takes a lot of resources. You can't rush it. I just don't know how pretty much since 2016 and 2017, Microsoft has yet to deliver a like Xbox Game Studios first party game from a studio that isn't coming from Bethesda. And it, again, like, not slighting them. It's fine. They have Bethesda. I'm just kind of shocked that like in all this time they still haven't delivered that game yet. They just haven't. I mean, come on, Forza Horizon 5, Broccoli Rob. I don't know. I think you're joking around because you're saying LOL, and like I'm not. That's the thing, man. Is I've said it over and over again. I'm not trying to take anything away from Forza. I love Forza. I think it's a great game. Like, sincerely, I think the Forza series is great, man. And especially the Horizon. I think Playground Games does an amazing job, but we cannot place that burden on Playground Games and a racing game alone. Come on. You know, like, we can't expect Playground Games and the Forza Horizon games to solely, by themselves, do all the heavy lifting for Xbox Game Studios in the AAA space. It's not fair. And this is why I just, yes, Forza Horizon's great, and I'm not taking anything away from it, but I don't count that. I just simply can't count that. And that's not me moving the goalpost. I think even Xbox fans could agree that, come on, man. That'd be like me saying, like, well, like, imagine if God of War flopped. Imagine if Horizon flopped. Imagine if Ratchet and Clank flopped. Imagine if, all these games just flopped from Sony. And it's like, but we got GT7. It's like, what are you talking about, man? That's not how that works. Polyphony Digital can't carry the PlayStation brand itself. Sackboy flopped on PC. Hell yeah, it did. That was sad, bro. I didn't even acknowledge. That was so. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the things that are that bad, right? Like, dude, Sackboy, I think it had a peak of 560 players on PC. Like, what the actual fuck? That is wildly bad. Like, I couldn't believe that. You're saying ain't nobody asking for Sackboy? I mean, literally though, like, what the hell? Why did Sony even bother? That was crazy. I didn't expect it to do good or great, but you're saying it flopped on PlayStation 2? I don't think so, man. You know why? Because Sackboy was a launch title, and launch titles always sell well. And Sackboy's known on PlayStation, so I think it actually sold probably pretty well for Sony. On PS5, anyway. Perfect Image, you're saying the reason I hate cloud is because no disc ownership. I'm right there with you, Perfect Image. I'm absolutely. Like, I just, to me, cloud gaming always needs to be an auxiliary option, an alternative. I don't want to, the day that cloud gaming becomes the primary way to game, I'm not saying I'll quit gaming completely, because I don't think I ever could, but man, I will not be a happy gamer. I'll be the old man yelling at the cloud. Zanarkhan Blitzer, you have a couple here. You're saying, part 1, MBG, my super chat from before, needs an encore. Part 2, MBG, I think the CMA are doing their job as a regulator. I remember when NVIDIA was going to acquire ARM chip manufacturer. Everyone had fears that it would be bad for chip competition, and NVIDIA are already huge. Part 3, they are huge and they have tons of money and dominate. CMA blocked that acquisition. CMA did good with blocking this Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition. I mean, Zanarkhan Blitzer, that's the thing. It's really, 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 really difficult for me to play the middle of the fence here. Not only do people not like that, but the reason why it's so hard is because I'm not really in the middle of the fence. I'm in agreement. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Like, I'm just, I'm not, I just can't help but just kind of like, look, I just can't help but kind of snicker a little bit when I'm scrolling through Twitter and I see these like lengthy posts from random like people I don't follow, but they just show up like Xbox people, and they're really like going on and on about how it's like the CMA and they're screwing everybody and they're screwing everything up and they don't want competition and blah blah. And I'm like, dude, like, what? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm in agreement with the CMA. I'm absolutely in agreement with the CMA, and I don't even care what their reasoning is. I don't even care what their reasoning is because it's like, dude, I felt from day one, the first day that I woke up, and I couldn't fucking believe my eyes when I was reading the headlines that Microsoft has entered into acquire Activision Blizzard, and I was like, no fucking way. And I was like, this can't be happening because this is like, dude, like I literally remember thinking to myself like, what is happening right now? Like what? Like how is this even a thing? And I think it shocked everyone, and that's why I'm glad. I'm glad to see this shit because you know the thing that rubbed me the wrong way that day, people were making fun of me and shit. And I get it. I probably had, you guys know me. I probably had some extreme ass reaction off the wall. Who knows what I said that day? But one thing I do remember feeling when I read that, and I remember basically saying that, dude, Xbox sucked. No, I mean that's basically what I said. I was like, this is sad, man. Like the way I felt was seeing all these Xbox fans cheer, like, yeah, we did it. We did it, Xbox. Yeah. Yes, this is the comeback. And I'm like, guys, this is how you make the comeback happen. This is how you win. This is how you do it. And even from day one, I was just out here being like, man, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. From day one. And when I say fuck you guys, I'm talking about like, talking about the people that are like, look, man, you said you wanted competition. Like, get the fuck out of here. No one meant this. Literally, no one meant this. And you know it. So, I'm not dude, I don't give a shit what the CMA's reasoning is. The CMA could have literally came out and said, we don't want Microsoft to have them because we don't like Microsoft. And I would have said, all right, no complaints here. Because as far as I'm concerned, all this is going to do is make Microsoft do what they should have done from the start. What many people are asking them to do now. So I appreciate those super chats in Arcane Blitzer. Blitzer. Very much appreciate it, dude. Sorry if I seem like I'm becoming a little bit subdued here. I'm not. I'm still with it. I'm still here. I'm just, this wasn't actually coffee. This was alcohol. No, it was coffee. I don't drink. But yeah, apologies if, as we go further into this, if I become even more unstable and I just seem like I'm going way off the rails. I gave you forewarning. Kyle Cherry, you're saying every other company in gaming is willing to support this deal because getting it past regulators means their own payday is secure when they want to sell out via M&A. Thank you, Kyle Cherry. Thank you. Because doesn't that just make too much sense in the world? What do you mean, Kyle? What are you talking about? You're trying to tell me and everybody else that at the end of the day, businesses, they're all in agreement because they're worried about their pockets and their bottom lines? Gasp. Oh no. We've been bamboozled. To me, it makes too much sense, man. To me, it makes too much sense. So I appreciate that super chat, Kyle. New Soul 9, you're saying MBG, thing that would stop Microsoft from making COD exclusive is money. It would literally make no logical sense to cut your profit in half. But that's just it, New Soul 9. I do agree with you. That does make zero logical sense. But what in God's name has Microsoft been doing that seems to make logical business sense these days? Because you're right. You are right. It doesn't make it. Why would, but that Game Pass doesn't make logical business sense right now. It hasn't from the start. The deals that Microsoft is cutting for Game Pass doesn't make logical business sense. Almost nothing Microsoft is doing, what they're doing with the Xbox Series X and putting it in the third row, not even the back seat, but the third fucking row, doesn't make logical business sense. And yet they're doing it. They're doing it. You're saying to me it doesn't. No, it's because I understand Microsoft's long-term play, just like they do. This is a long-term play. That's the thing. When you are making moves that are, you're going to bear the fruits of those moves, not 4 years from now, not 8 years from now, but 12, 15, way down the line, many years from now. You're playing the long game. That's what Microsoft is doing. So that's why they're willing to just invest all this money so rapidly and just, they're not worried about how well the console is or isn't selling right now. They're not worried about the fact that, you know what, we're gonna be doing things that are gonna lose us money up front, but we're gonna make it back in the long run. That's why. And that's the thing, though, is it has to be done in good faith. Obviously, it has to be done after a lot of number crunching happens, but there has to be an ounce of faith. There has to be some faith that, okay, even if this doesn't look too great initially, it's going to work out in the end. And the problem with it all is that based off of my read, when it comes to Microsoft, is they really want to start getting results now. They really want to start getting results. Like they are desperate to start getting results. And you can't blame them, because it's like you can only continue to make these moves that are seemingly not working that well and not producing enough money or enough profit, keyword being profit, not revenue. You can only do it for so long until it's like, dude, something's got to give here, you know? So I agree with you, New Soul 9, but I don't know, man. And then again, New Soul 9, you're saying, and just like you said yourself, MBG, it's never enough, right? I find it interesting you don't want to look at the business perspective when it's not convenient. Well, that's why I'm saying it's hard to walk the line, bro. It's almost impossible to walk the line, because look, I won't deny my own bias here, where I can truly understand all the things that are happening from a business perspective. And you're saying I'm only choosing to do so when it's convenient for me. Well, the reality is, yes, because I am also a consumer. And so it's like, I am the type of person at this point where it's like, oh yeah, you know, I can understand the business side of Sony saying, okay, well, we're going to charge $70 for our exclusives now. But it's easy for me from the consumer side to accept that, not because I'm some kind of shill, but because I like their games a lot. Enough to say, well, I would have preferred to continue paying $60, obviously. Why not? Save that $10. But I'm not going to lie to myself, and I'm not going to lie to my audience, and I'm not going to lie to anybody and make it sound like, well, that $10 is the straw that broke the camel's back for me. No, I'm going to pay that 10 extra bucks. And I'm going to enjoy the hell out of those games. Just as I can understand from the business perspective why Sony came out and said, we have to increase the price of our PS5 consoles in pretty much every region around the world except the US. And what did I say at that time? I said, you know what? Why can't you just eat that cost, Sony? Because this is not a good look. People are already struggling enough. You want people, and I will admit, it's a good thing Sony didn't listen to me then, right? Because look at what's going on with the PS5 globally. Breaking fucking records. People told me at the time, they're like, MBG, You may be taking the consumer side here and saying, look, man, that sucks. Just eat the cost. What's the big deal? This is bad. These are bad headlines. You're coming out here during a time when inflation is going crazy, saying you're increasing the price of your product. It's going to hurt sales, maybe. Some people at the time said to me, they're like, dude, ain't nobody going to give a flying fuck. Look at where we are now. So this is where I'm saying I walk the line of, I try to be mindful of the fact that, yes, I am a consumer and these things are going to affect me directly as well as you. But I also try to be just as mindful of the business side. It's just that the problem with the business side of things is that there are people where they try to operate with it under the mindset of, I'm just going to understand the business side of it, and I'm only going to speak about the business side of it. And that's the thing. If you do that, if you're just speaking the facts about this is business, it makes it so much easier to remove feelings, to remove any emotion, because that's the whole thing, man. Like these business decisions, they're not made most of the time anyway. These decisions are not made with the consumer's feelings in mind. They are to an extent. Like, there are lines they can't cross, right? But generally speaking, it's, well, look, if we at Sony decide we're going to have to increase the price of the PS5, that's going to be a bad time when it comes to PR and headlines and consumers. They're going to be upset. But we have to do it because we want the PS5 to remain profitable. So, yes, it essentially is Sony turning to the consumer and saying, I'm sorry, but we don't care. We know you're going to buy a PS5 anyway, and we want to make a profit off of it. I'm not encouraged. Like, I'm not necessarily out here saying, yes, take more of my money, please. No. But I can say, I get that. Like, I can understand. You're running a business. You want the profit. But at that time, I can also come out and say, from the consumer perspective, I still think it's kind of shitty. Right? Like, I'm not happy about it. I think it's just not something as a PlayStation fan and somebody who even already bought a PS5, not something I want to go around talking to people. I'll be like, yeah, Sony raised the price of the PS5. Sucks, right? Just like when even with this whole situation with Activision Blizzard, I've had multiple streams, multiple pieces of content I've made where I said, look, like, what the fuck is Sony saying? Like, why are they doing this, man? Like, and people would argue with me. And they're like, dude, you got to understand. Like, I understand why they're doing it. But I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say is I think it's shitty because it's not exciting to me. It's not what I want to be talking about. It's not like this isn't what the conversation around PlayStation was supposed to be ever, basically, right? So that's really what it comes down to, man, is it's like, I'm not going to be perfect. I'm human, I'm not a machine. I'm not a business. I'm not a corporation. I'm not a business executive. I'm just MBG. I'm a gamer. I'm an enthusiast. And I'm also somebody who tries to understand the business side of things. And just as I can understand, yeah, it makes a hell of a lot of sense if you're Microsoft to say, yo, Activision selling, scoop them up now. Do you know what this can do for us? This is huge for us. This is like an immediate touchdown with a 2-point conversion. Back in the game, baby. I get that. But that's where the consumer side of me comes out too strong, where it's like, yeah, I can understand that, but fuck that. Like, that's not what I want to see. I don't want to see you get that easy TD and that easy 2-point conversion. I want to see you earn it. I want to see you do what it is you should have been doing this whole time. So I totally get if you're a person who's like, nah, dude, this is the way to go, man. Like, what's wrong with this? If you're somebody who says there's nothing wrong with this, it's like, all right, well, that's your perspective, bro. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. Although I do many times here on the stream. But right now I'm too tired to convince anybody otherwise. Leo Jimmy, thank you for the 20, man. You're saying MBG money. So Microsoft publicly admitted that Sony is kicking their ass and they are trash and they still got nothing. Plus, Xbox guys are still supporting Xbox like drones, and Xbox still refuses to invest in their games. Leo Jimmy, I gotta admit, I'm kind of laughing a little bit reading this because I thought for some reason it was going to lead this like a question you were going to ask, but no, there was no question. You're just saying like, yep, this is it, man. Like, this is what's happening. And that's why look, dude, I've been saying this, I feel like, for the past 2 weeks straight. You know? I feel like I've been saying this for the past 2 weeks straight, where it's like Microsoft came out, they said, we're getting our asses kicked. A lot of Xbox fans are still totally in support of what Microsoft's doing, and Xbox is still seemingly, and we talked about why they are not giving up yet, because they can't. I just don't know what it's going to take at this point, dude. That's all. This has to be the moment, right? Like, it has to be. This has to be the moment where Microsoft says, look, we tried to do it this way and it didn't work. We got to find another way. Like, at what point does Microsoft box themselves into that corner to where it's like the only way out is through? And the way you get through... See, this is why I would never make it in the business world, because, dude, they would throw me out the fucking window, bro. They'd be like, what are you, out of your goddamn mind? But that's the thing, man, is it's just sometimes the things that seem right don't make the most sense on the business side of things. But I don't know, man. I feel like the right thing for Microsoft to do right now, do what you got to do, appeal the CMA, continue to try to pump this thing up, do what you got to do from a legal perspective, pay your $3 billion to Activision, which, my God, man, I still can't get over that. Like, I just still can't get over that Microsoft's just going to have to pay $3 billion. And it's just like, I hope that this makes somebody at Microsoft realize that this isn't going to be the way you get through. You're going to have to maybe just do what it is that you should have done many years ago. I know it takes time, but Microsoft has had a lot of time. It's been almost a decade, dude. Like, and we're not quite there yet, but it's getting closer to the decade mark, and it's like, how much time is going to be needed? Who fucked up 343 Industries this bad? Who did that? And why weren't they fired? Why weren't they fired? You see what I'm saying? You're saying Bonnie Ross? Well, I guess technically, yeah. Maybe she was. I guess she was kind of fired, right? But that is it that though? Like, that's what I don't understand is Bonnie Ross she's been there for so long. Who is in charge of Bonnie Ross? Like, who let this happen? I just don't get it, man. I don't get it. Hopefully Redfall will be good, though. Leo Jimmy, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Jay Thomas, you're saying that's crap. Microsoft doesn't create or contribute. They merely take and then run IPs into the ground. Jay Thomas coming in. Coming in straight up. No mercy. Hard for me to argue. I need to know. Somebody tell me. I need to know. Jay Thomas. I'm not going to argue with you because I think you're right. What would an Xbox fan say to that? One of these like Xbox fan channels or whatever, what would they say to this? How would they argue this? And I'm being serious. Like, I'm genuinely curious because I can't really think of anything. The biggest point that I think you nailed, you hit the nail on the head, is at the end when you say they run IPs into the ground. This is why, man. Like, we can't support this shit any longer. We just can't. They don't create or contribute. I mean, I would try to argue with that by saying, but dude, they funded a brand new studio called The Initiative. They're not making a new IP. Nope. Oh, yeah, by the way, does anybody want to talk about the fact that Microsoft canceled the Coalition's new IP? Oh, no, we don't talk about that. That would have been a great thing. A necessary thing, even. Which one? I'll bring it up for you right now. The Coalition's new IP has been canceled. The studio is now focusing on Gears of War 6 since releasing Gears 5 back in 2019. This comes from, let me see, Jeff Grubb. A little while ago, back in February, he gave an update on the Coalition. He says that there was a new IP in the works and it was canceled. Because why fucking make a new IP when we could just make Gear 6? Isn't that just the most believable thing ever? I know, some people don't believe Jeff Grubb. Maybe he's wrong. But you know, there have been rumors and rumblings of a new IP from the Coalition for a long time. And one of the reasons why I got excited about the Coalition in particular is because the rumor was that the IP from the Coalition was going to be like a horror type game. And that, to me, was like, now you might be on to something, Microsoft. See, that's what you need. But it got canceled. And we're getting Gears of War 6 instead. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Like, it's fucking scary. Is what it is. Oh, man. I don't mean to be so hard on them right now, but this super chat from Jay Thomas reminded me of that. It really did. It reminded me of that rumor, and I don't know, man. Why would they cancel it? Like, I can understand that maybe it was like, I don't know. You know what? I'll tell you right now, the reason why it probably got canceled is because the development probably wasn't going as smoothly as the Coalition wanted it to, and certainly not as smoothly as Microsoft wanted to. And I guarantee you, like, Microsoft was like, guys, why are you wasting your time on this? You should be making Gear 6. You're going to make Gear 6. You know? That's sad, man. And it happens. It happens. But I just feel like that's something that Microsoft should have tried, man, to keep alive. I don't know why they really, that could have been a huge win for them. New Soul 9, you got 2 super chats back to back. You're saying, MBG, it's not about trusting Microsoft. It's about looking at the hard facts to make the decision. Push your feelings aside, because the fact shows Microsoft is the type to share their service because that just means more profit for them, therefore debunking UK's argument about exclusivity. Because if you actually think about it, and you have another one here, you're saying, because if you actually think about it, both parties win. Microsoft gets to have more profit by sharing the game with other cloud, I guess you're saying like other cloud industries, and those companies get to keep existing IPs and get new subscribers. Yeah, I mean, you might be right to a degree, New Soul 9. You know, I'm not saying that people who are arguing against the CMA don't have valid points to a degree. I'm sure, to be honest, I think there's an argument to be made either way. I do. I think there's an argument to be made in either direction. And I've been seeing those arguments. I guess the reason why I just look past it is because I feel like let's be honest right now, guys. Like, let's just call a spade here. This is a situation where you got to pick a side. That's where we are right now. You have to pick a side. Like, you're either happy that this got blocked or you're not. And I have my reasons why I'm happy it got blocked. And those reasons might not align with anybody else's, but I don't really care. I think it aligns with some people out there, maybe many of you here, but my reasons are, I understand why somebody might listen to my reasons and be like, dude, that doesn't make that doesn't make business sense. That doesn't make much sense at all. Maybe to somebody out there. I have no doubt about that. But that's the thing is like, I don't care. Because you know what doesn't make sense to me? What doesn't make sense to me, and to me this is a fact. It is a fact. You can't argue it. What doesn't make sense to me and what doesn't seem to compute in my brain is how can a company as powerful as Microsoft, a company that's worth not just $1 trillion, but trillions of dollars, unlimited resource, unlimited money, unlimited anything that they want or need. How is Sony beating them? How is Sony beating them this bad that they have to cry to the European Union and put up a pie chart showing how small they are in Europe? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And what bothers me about all of this is that people who support this just want to say, they just want to say, well, that's just how it is, man. It's either they want to say that or they just want to ignore it. Because New Soul 9, look, man, you might be right to a degree in that, like, maybe if you really look into the CMA's reasoning, maybe it's like, I don't know, man, did they get this one wrong? It's like, no, look, like the reason why I said I don't care what the CMA's reasoning is because I'm with Jim Ryan, dude. I just want to see it blocked. Not for the same reason Jim Ryan does. I'll tell you right now, Jim Ryan's reason for wanting this to be blocked isn't the same reason I want it to be blocked. Jim Ryan is not here saying, I would like this to be blocked so that way Xbox can actually make games as good as us and actually try. No, let me tell you, our boy Jim, that's not what he's saying.
Enough from me. We're gonna have the games do our talking.
That's not what Jim Ryan's saying. Jim Ryan wants the deal blocked because it's bad for their bottom line. It's bad for Sony's bottom line and money. That's why. And I can understand that. Don't necessarily agree with it. Why do you think I came out here and I've argued over and over again? I hate to see Sony be so bitchy about Call of Duty, to act like little babies about Call of Duty. Like, I don't care about Call of Duty like that. But yet we have this common ground where, yeah, I would like to see this blocked because I'm just tired. Like, this is not it. That's not the way, man. That's not the way. You have failed to do what is necessary. And you are paying the consequences for that. But you've been paying the consequences year after year. Focus up, do a better job. Because you are Microsoft and you have every opportunity. You have everything you could possibly need at your disposal to get the job done. That's just how I feel, man. That's just how I feel. And Exley3000, you did gift 5 memberships at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time. I cannot remember if I gave you a shout out. I'm pretty sure I did. But just in case I didn't, here's your shout out again. Ryan Christopher Peters, you're saying, do you believe the Spider-Man 2 recently? Excuse me. You're saying, do I believe the recent Spider-Man 2 leaks? So you're talking about some Spider-Man 2 4chan leaks, which I'm not going to discuss here. I didn't read any of them. I ignored them because the reason being is if they happen to be true, I don't want to ruin the game for myself. We're close enough now to Spider-Man that I'm just like, we'll see it when we see it, probably in the next month or so. So I didn't look into it and I didn't read it because it might be complete bogus. It's, it's 4chan. You never know. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. Chances are it's not true. But just on the off chance it did turn out to be true, I did not want to, I did not want to potentially spoil the game for myself. New Soul 9 again, man. Thank you for all the super chats, bud. I really do appreciate it, even though we may be at odds. You're saying, or MBG, instead of waiting, maybe just give the consumer more. You typed opinions, but I think you meant to say options. You are more pro corporation than consumer. If a business goes under for that, then that's more on them for not adapting well to the new market. That's called competition. Well, man, again, like you're bringing arguments to the table that it just goes to show like we have a different perspective on this, and it to me you have the perspective that a lot of Xbox fans do, which is, well, this is Microsoft giving us more options, and that is a look. I understand basically what you're trying to say with the super chat is that if I say this is what Microsoft should do, this is the direction they should go in, this is how they should be providing value to their customers, and then I also argue that the customers, the consumers, should agree with me because this is also what they should want. I understand how arrogant that sounds. I do. I get it. And I understand that what you're pointing out right now is that Microsoft trying to go in a direction where they're going to give their consumers and their players more options is a viable and totally valid way of, winning customers over and going about their business. And you say I'm more pro corporation than consumer. I don't know that I would agree with that, man. Like, I'm not rooting for companies to make more money. Like, I'm not rooting for my celebration here. And I guess maybe this is a good opportunity for me to make it clear. My celebration this past week of holy shit, this got blocked and Sony just got a big W. Yes, I'm phrasing it more like, oh, Sony win. Because to me, that's a comical aspect of this. Like, I think it's genuinely comical that somehow, some way, after all this and all the bullshit regarding Sony and Jim Ryan and all that shit that happened, it's like somehow they're walking away victorious. Like, how did they get the W this time? Like, how did they do it? Like, I could actually see people who are not big fans of PlayStation or Jim Ryan or Sony actually, using the meme. And maybe this is another sound effect I could do and bring on. Remind me of these sound. I'm gonna forget. Remind me of the sound effects and the sound bites that I'm bringing up here. But the one of Jesse Pinkman Breaking Bad saying, how does he keep getting away with this, or he can't keep getting away with this, right? I feel like that's legitimately the position that PlayStation and Jim Ryan are in right now, but I'm not celebrating this for the same reason they are. And that's just the truth, man. Like, you say I'm more pro corporation than consumer. I'm not, dude. I'm not. Like, I'm not cheering on Sony's bottom line. I'm cheering on what they do. What they do for me as a gamer. And I will admit, maybe I am a bit arrogant and I'm a bit aggressive in that I come out and I basically turn to the average consumer on Xbox and I say, you guys, I don't mean to be the guy that is like, oh, you're enjoying yourself over there. Let me tell you why you shouldn't be. I don't mean to be like that. Saying don't forget the Kylo Ren soundboard. Okay. Yeah, keep reminding me. I don't mean to be that guy, and I know that's how I come off, but I guess it's just I'm in that position where I guess I'm in a more unique position where the reason why I feel the need to do that is because that was me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that was literally me. The dude that drank the Xbox Kool-Aid and continually tried to say that everything they're doing is justified and it's going to work out, and I think it's in our best interest, and it's good. And so many people were doing that to me. They're like, dude, you don't, like, I'm telling you, you're wrong on this. And I didn't want to believe it. And one day I just gave in and I said, could they be right? I've always viewed these PlayStation fans and fanboys that come to my Xbox YouTube channel telling me, bro, you are so fucking wrong. It's scary. Go play PlayStation right now. Go play The Last of Us and get back to us. And one day I just gave in And I said, fine. Fine. And my God, the rest is history, right? And it just kind of woke me up a little bit. And I realized, like, what the fuck? Like, what have I been missing out on? And not only just missing out on, but like, it really just made me come to the conclusion that the exact thing I've been screaming at Microsoft, like, Microsoft's going to do it. They're going to do it. Sony was already doing. Sony was already doing it for a long time. And I guess really what it converts into now is, I guess I have a difficult time accepting that there may actually be, you know, Xbox fans and players that just genuinely don't want that. They actually do like what Microsoft is doing now, and they're okay with it. That's difficult for me to accept because I don't see anything even remotely great. I see mediocrity. I see failure after failure. I see disappointment after disappointment. And that's why I'm so quick to rush in weeks like this, months like this, where it's like, you see guys, like we're trying to tell you, this is what you're going to get in return if this is what you continue to support. And the only time you're going to get something different is when you start demanding it. That's why I said earlier in the stream that it was so great to see people finally waking up and turning to Xbox and saying in the comments and in the forums, like, maybe Microsoft now will actually turn and start doing what they should have been doing this whole time. So, New Soul 9, I'm sorry, man, but like, I don't think that's me being pro-corporation. You know, I mean, yeah, I may come out here and I may report like, oh, dude, look at the records that Sony's breaking and look at how much money they're making. And, you know, that to me, that just comes with the territory of, I have a PlayStation channel here. At least that's the main focus. You wouldn't know these past couple weeks, but that's still what I care about most. And, you know, it's just like, look, man, look, I'm going to tell you that PlayStation's breaking fucking records. That's what they're doing. And it's difficult for me not to cheer that on. It's not like, I'm not saying like, yes, Sony, I really hope you make even more profit and make even more money. And you can come out here and brag to me about how many more billions of dollars you made because I want you to make more money. That's not the point. The point is, look at how they're making money. That's the point. That is the point in all of this. How are you making your money? And that's what matters to me, is it turns out that, dude, Sony they're making good money doing exactly what I, as the consumer and as the gamer, would like them to do. It's a perfect like harmony. You know what I'm saying? And so far, it's been going good. I am a little bit nervous about, well, let's see how these live service games work out. And can Sony keep it up? Can they keep this up? Because, man, it's been going almost too good. You almost got to worry, like, is something lurking around the corner here? And that's my whole thing, is it's just how, and this is why I said earlier, like, what I can't get through my head is how the hell is Microsoft floundering this badly? The answer is literally right here in front of them, in front of us, in front of everybody. And it has not been more clearly on display than it is now this past week. It's more clear than ever. PlayStation is the market leader. I know people want to say, oh, it's because they killed Sega. Like, dude, listen. Maybe, okay, yeah, maybe they decided to use some serious cutthroat tactics way early, like back in the 90s. I get that. Every company, you're saying Sega killed Sega, and I'll be honest, I wasn't around at that time. Certainly, I was a little kid, all right? Like, maybe I will go back and I'll educate myself on exactly how everything played out. But I'm looking at the time basically from the PS3 to now, because all I know from the PS1 and the PS2 era is Sony did practically create a monopoly. I know that. And that's why, dude, I think one of the coolest things that Microsoft ever did was say, yo, Sony's over here. They got almost like a complete monopoly in the living room. Let's fucking take it to them. Yes, that's good. Dude, I'm sure people at that time, if I had to guess, I'm sure even PlayStation fans at that time were like, oh, is this competition? Granted, Microsoft had a massive uphill battle, but back then, even that's the insanity of it all. Even back then, when Microsoft was going to enter a market where they were going up against a competitor who just is on the path to selling 155 million consoles, right? Even then, they still didn't resort to. Apparently, they tried. It's worth noting, apparently, the tactic that Microsoft is utilizing now is a tactic that they tried back then, where they're like, yo, Nintendo, you want to get acquired? And it just didn't work. You know what I mean? I think people forget that, even then. And they said no. And so Microsoft, what were they forced to do? They were forced to, well, I guess we got to make our own great games. And I mean, look, I'm not saying the original Xbox console had the best games, but they tried. And there are some beloved games that people even today ask to come back. But what did that lead to? That led to the 360 era. And what did you get with the 360 era? You know what you got with the beginning of the 360 era? You got Microsoft actually doing their job. Xbox doing their job. That's what we got. And so this is why I'm sorry, but I'm not about the conversation where it's like, oh, well, Microsoft just wants to give us more options, and more options are a good thing. It's like, yeah, more options can be a good thing for sure. But what's the cost associated? And I need to know, because that's the thing. You're saying like, oh, well, if they go under, right? Like if Microsoft goes under, or not Microsoft, they're not going to go under, but if the Xbox brand goes under because Microsoft keeps covering the bill. They can, oh, well, we'll give you the good deal and we'll give you more options and we'll cover the cost. I'm telling you, like you're saying that's on them for not adapting to the new market. You're right. It is going to be on them, and they are aware of that. And that's why I'm saying they can only go so long giving a great deal, giving more options until it's like, we need to fucking start making money. And that's why, bro. That's why I'm like, Sony's making money, bro. Not just money, they're making profit. Do what they're doing. Try to do that, and you will make profit. It's like frustrating. It's actually frustrating because it's like Microsoft is almost seemingly willing to do literally anything but that. Literally anything. The coffee's hitting me hard right now, bro. Oh, God. So, New Soul 9, it's all good though, bro. Like, I'm not yelling at you or anything. I'm sure this is the entertainment you're coming here for, but I appreciate all the super chats, man. I really do. Nobody be hating on New Soul 9. All right, New Soul 9, he's a contributing member to this community. He may have an opposing viewpoint of us, or most of us, and maybe me, but I appreciate it, dude. I do. The Genius 200X, you're saying, all good, bro. Hope all gifted members enjoy the channel in all of its glory. May I suggest you make a Dan Forden of you in clown wig that occasionally pops up and yells in that Arnold sound effect LMAO. Oh my God, that would be... Yeah, that'll have to be like some next level stuff that I do eventually. Get like an animated version of Clown MBG yelling like Arnold. I mean, God, it would be pretty glorious. But we're still in the early days. So thank you so much for the support, Genius 200X. I really do appreciate it. Goldcast. Sorry, guys. I'm over here screaming so much I'm about to make myself puke. Goldcast, you're saying, gotta say, bro, you've been a little toxic this past week with this ABK deal. You seem to rarely get caught up in console war. I mean, maybe I am coming off as a bit toxic. Look, I don't know what the future holds, man. Like, I expect anything to happen. It's just it's impossible for me to not dive headfirst into this conversation because I mean, honestly, man, like it it is one of these situations where it was truly unbelievable, you know? And it really was one of these situations where I mean, you ever see the little clips, and there's like multiple clips of it in like different races where like the person who's in the lead in the race and they're like about to cross the finish line, they get a little bit cocky, they get a little bit arrogant, and they're celebrating a little bit too early, or they slow down a little bit too much, and just as they're about to cross the finish line, the person behind them, they didn't waver, bro. Like they're just laser focused, and they just, you know what I mean? It just, I'm not saying that's Sony, but I just, again, I couldn't help but find this entire situation just unbelievably comical because the amount of people that have either come to my channel on Twitter, whatever, and even people in other communities that can be toxic at times themselves. It's just like that sucks, bro. And I can't help, like, I gotta, I'm not trying to be arrogant about it, but I just can't help but kind of be like, so wait, hold on. Are you gonna say it now? Are you gonna say it? No, I don't want to hear that you took an L. I don't want to hear that you were wrong. I don't want to hear any of that. I just want you to say it with me now. Okay, Xbox, please start making some good games. Please start releasing some good games. Enough of this talk about acquisition. Enough of the promises of games that I'm going to get in Game Pass. Fucking ask for games now, not tomorrow. And yet I still see some people out here being like, I ain't asking for games. I'm just going to sit here and tell you why the CMA is so fucking wrong. And it's like, of course. Of course. That's what you will do. Because, you know, I'll be honest, if I was an Xbox fan right now, if I was on the other side of the coin, you know what I'd be talking? I mean, yeah, I'd be talking all about the situation, but ultimately I'd be coming down to, okay, well, you know what? Microsoft, you let your fans down. You got everybody hyped about this deal. You got everybody excited that you were going to come out and announce that all these games were going to come to Game Pass, and now it seems like they're not. So you know what I would be saying? I'd be saying you have a chance to turn it around in just a matter of weeks. Come June with your event, focus on that. Double down on that. But I don't know. You do have to ask yourself, you know, how much can they really double down on that? Because I'll be honest, man, I'm feeling nervous for Xbox. Straight up. I'm feeling nervous for Starfield, and you know why? It is a bad sign for Microsoft. And I don't want to, I might eat crow later for saying this. I might take a massive L. And guys, you better hope I don't take a massive L for this, because if I'm taking a massive L for this, we're all taking a massive L. Because what this means is that Sony's going to have a bad showcase, and goddamn, none of us want that. None of us want that. But I'm just going to say, I think it is a bad sign for Starfield, for Microsoft, especially now with what's going on with this deal and the fan base. It is a bad sign that Sony is coming out here, seemingly coming out here before anybody and putting on their show. I would be shaking in my boots if I was Microsoft right now, because I'd be like, yo, why are they that confident? You know, like usually Sony is the type where they like to watch the competition and then maybe make some adjustments if they need to. Sony's not usually the one to say, no. We're going to come out first and we'll let you make the adjustments. That is interesting to me, because that's a different again, assuming the showcase happens when it's supposed to, that is and I hope it doesn't. That's why I'm saying, like, I hope I don't take an L for saying this, because it either means that Sony is so damn confident that they're going to set the tone for everybody else to adjust to and potentially fail to do so, or Sony is somehow, some way, like, they're expecting a lot of negative feedback because they're going to reveal like live service games and stuff. And that is, that's a possibility, but that's not what we were told. You know, the rumor is this is phase 2 of the PS5, and phase 2 is going to need some, I mean, look, phase 2 of the PS5 is going to be even more important than phase 1. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Crooked Vulture, you're saying Microsoft can make their own COD now. It's easy, right? Yeah. Yeah. They can. Microsoft can make their own Call of Duty alternative. I mean, they said Sony can do it, no problem. Well, then you're Microsoft. You're even bigger than Sony. You should have no problem. I mean, hell, Ubisoft is apparently out here successfully making a Call of Duty alternative in a game that nobody saw coming with X-Defiant. Shots fired by Crooked Vulture. Shots fired. Subtext, you got 2 super chats here. You're saying, as a former Xbox fan with an untouched Xbox Series X, I was stupidly hopeful this gen. I know that feeling, bro. I know that feeling all too well. You're saying, I thank the CMA. Nadella asked, quote, let us compete, end quote. Now they have to. I miss when Xbox made great games and made gaming better. We got to be real as gamers. Look at that report from the CMA docs that found some games cost $1 billion, devs plus ads, but then get mad when publishers want to charge $70 for rushed broken games out the door. Yeah, that's another conversation that we'll continue to have over the weeks and months and potentially years, where I went on this whole thing yesterday about how publishers really need to stop making the decision. I know it's hard because time is money. I'm telling you guys, this is going to happen. Remember, I'm saying this because it's going to happen. I have no doubt about it. And if I'm wrong, I would be shocked. If I'm wrong, that means there's a critical piece of data that I'm missing that publishers can see that I cannot. But I'm telling you, in the coming years, you're going to see more and more and more AAA game developers make it known that we're prioritizing the console versions of our games. Excuse me. And the PC versions are going to come later. You're going to see less and less games announced when they put up release dates with PC there. I have a feeling, because I don't know how that can't be the future when you look at what's happening in the PC game development space. You know what I mean? Like, let me take a moment here, subtext, to just say, because I know that this is deviating a little bit from your super chat, but let me just take this opportunity to say that, people, we have been talking for pretty much years now about the PS5 versus the Xbox Series X, and the big argument, and believe me, people fought tooth and nail to tell me that I was wrong, and it's not about me being right, but it wasn't just me that was wrong. It was like a lot of the PlayStation community, and Mark Cerny was wrong, and Sony was wrong. Okay? You look at a game like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, IGN, I think they have NX Gamer. Got it right here. I'm going to play it for you. I'm just going to play it for you. All right? Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Performance mode is much like the PC, as I've just covered. It can target 60 FPS, but in the opening section, it's often below that, and it's almost exclusively CPU bound, with large sections being in the 40s. On top of this, it uses adaptive VSync, so it means it tears in this mode to aid performance. And even with VRR forced on in the menu, as you see here, the game still tears. So as a first point, it's required that the team can add VRR into the game so that those with the VR screen can benefit from a smoother performance and no tearing. But as of this review code and that day one patch, that is not an option, which leaves PS5 players with a game that can run around the low 50s with tearing. The Series X is the same story, except slightly worse. The same visual settings and resolution, as noted, sees the CPU impact to the tune of around 18% worse on average than the PlayStation 5, bringing it closer to my RX 5600X as the bottleneck here in the performance mode. In reality, it feels and plays very similar, but now the expectation is for slightly more tearing and frame drops with a mid-40s average throughout play. In this opening section, for example, the Series X hits a high of 55 FPS versus the PS5 60, but quieter sections can still hit 60 FPS on the Series X in this mode, but on both consoles, it's better than the previous title's PS4 Pro and Xbox One X performance mode, but only just.
So I hope you guys were able to hear that, but essentially, I just wanted to use that as a way to talk about how Sony's a AAA video game developer, and they're a console manufacturer. And one of the most important things that Sony seemingly identified about the future of gaming is, okay, the cost of games are going to go up, right? The development times are going to go up. We can't do anything about the cost. Like, the cost of AAA game development is going to rise, but maybe we can do something about the amount of time. And Mark Cerny, everybody else who listened to what he said, they all said the same thing. Like, dude, this console is the PS5 is going to be the lead platform because it's the easier console to develop for. Developers are going to love how easy this console is to develop for. And look at what we see here. We just heard it with the first analysis that this is a CPU bound game, and we're getting better performance from the PS5. But wait, I thought the Series X had the same CPU. I thought the Series X was more powerful. Why, like, how are we getting better performance? Did they take time to optimize it more for the PS5? No, they did not. It just turns out that the PS5 is a console that's developed in a way where it's going to be easier to squeeze more performance out of your game. It's just going to be easier. Less optimization will be required. You'll just organically need to get, you'll be able to get more performance out of it. We see this over and over and over again, and this isn't a console war situation. If anything, it's just me trying to point out, like, people shit all over Mark Cerny and Sony at that time, making it seem like, man, teraflops.
It's dangerous to rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance.
But nobody wanted to hear that. And people decided, not everybody, but a lot of people decided to just buy into Microsoft's marketing because, hey man, we're giving you options. We got the Series S, the Series X, and the world's most powerful console, 12 T-flops. And it's just like, dude, Sony, I don't know, man. Sony absolutely called it right. Mark Cerny called it right. I mean, we got to give this man some credit. Put some respect on this man's name. He really knew. Like, he actually knew. He was like, dude, developers ain't going to give a flying fuck about all these extra bells and whistles. They're going to want to be able to rapidly optimize their game easily. And he, like, the thing that Mark Cerny seemed to actually have a keen understanding of is he seemed to understand that they're going to be, developers are probably going to have a harder time optimizing their games on PC, or not a harder time, but it's going to maybe potentially become overwhelming at some point. And he just seemingly didn't want to bunch the PS5 in that, you know. I just think it's fascinating, man. It's fascinating to see how all this is unfolding. And you know, I think it's kind of telling that it seems honestly that for a game like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, a current gen only game, you're going to see PC players crying, understandably so, that the game is poorly optimized on PC. And that's true. And that's where I will agree with PC players in that this game should not have been released on PC yet. It's not like completely broken. It's not like anywhere near Cyberpunk. I looked into it a little bit more. Seems like just from a performance standpoint, like it's a really, really, really bad. Like if you're somebody who paid a lot of money for a good PC rig, you're kind of getting screwed over here, you know? And the game should have just been delayed on PC, and it should have been given more time to be properly optimized for all these different configurations so you can actually get proper performance. However, it's interesting to me that the game clearly needed more time all around, but it's coming out playing best on PS5. A game that clearly was not up to 100% on any platform, it's coming out best on PS5. And did Sony pay for that? No, they didn't. Then why is it then? Well, because it turns out that when EA as a publisher said, this is your fucking deadline, Respawn, sorry, you better get it going. That's how it naturally happened. It just so happens that, well, the PS5 version is the one that gets the best performance until they can put more patches out and fix it and equalize it. Same thing happened with, what was that other game? The Callisto Protocol. Everybody thought that, oh, Sony paid them. Sony paid the blah, blah. No. The game had a deadline to hit. And every game that, you see what I'm saying? It's just so clear the PS5 is the winner in terms of this is the easiest console to optimize and develop for. It's the easiest. And you literally are seeing that result. And I don't necessarily blame Xbox or the fan base for being excited about the full RDNA 2 feature set and all those things that they could potentially achieve if developers actually had enough time to do it or cared enough to do it. But that's not what happened, man. That's not what happened. And it's just fascinating. I can't help but every it's happening more and more now, And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that, oh, well, it runs best on PS5, so it's totally justified that the game was clearly rushed out. No, this is where I think if EA better managed Respawn, they would have turned to Respawn. They would have said, look, right now, just prioritize the next-gen versions. Just prioritize the PS5 and the series consoles. Get them 100%, and then we'll release it, and then you'll have another 3 to 6 months to just fully optimize for PC, and we'll do a separate PC release. That, in my opinion, would have been the smarter thing to do. But yeah, dude, it's just, I just think it's impressive, truly. That Mark Cerny seemingly, this guy had to evaluate the gaming landscape and the future of what's going to happen in the next 5 to 6, 7 years. And he absolutely bet on the right horse, dude. He knew, and it's because he's a developer. He knows, man. Good shit. So subtext, I know that went in a completely different direction than what your super chat said here, but I guess it's the last part of your super chat that really got me, where you said, you look at the CMA report and they found that some games cost up to $1 billion when you factor in development costs as well as advertising costs. And, people get mad though when publishers want to charge $70 and they end up or they rush broken games out the door. I mean, it's everything that Sony is doing, as far as I can tell, and I'm not saying it's perfect, and I'm not saying it's ironclad, because we don't know, but everything that Sony has been doing from the start of the PS5 generation, and even now going forward, is to find the most reasonable, practical way from both a consumer and business standpoint to facilitate this AAA future that, yeah, we're going to see costs rise. We're going to see development timelines take longer. So, love to see it, man. Kipford, you're saying, another Gears. Did I mention I hate Xbox? Hashtag PSVR2. Thank you, Kipford. Miles, you're saying, let's not make a new IP. Let's just make another Gears, which everyone jokes about Microsoft just making Gears and Halo games forever. Dude, I would love to know. I would love to be a fly on the wall. I would love to know, why did you cancel this new IP? Naughty Dog just announced that they got their trailer editor position filled. It's happening, baby. Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to be getting that. We're definitely going to be getting that Last of Us multiplayer trailer sooner rather than later. It is happening. Yeah, I would love to know why they canceled the Coalition's new IP, though, man. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying part 1, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, AMD CEO Lisa Su plays Zen 3 and 4 chip card. -3,000 life points from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Huang? Is that how you say that? He's tossed to the ground. CMA regulator plays block acquisition card. Then a gust of wind blows away Jensen's leather jacket. He screams no. That jacket's worth $5,000. Minus 1,000 life points at Jensen. Game over, 0 life points, bro. This dude, Zanarkand Blitzer just straight up super chatted an entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel situation. God damn, dude. But you know what? It's pretty good because, like, as I was reading it, I'm like, I can visualize this perfectly in my mind. Like, I can visualize this absolutely perfectly. That is some funny shit. That is some funny shit, dude. I appreciate it, Zanarkand Blitzer. Awesome. The Furious, you're saying Pro Corp equals cheering $1 trillion corporation to acquire more. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Right? But no. The Genius 200X. Again, you're saying talking to friends who swear by Microsoft and follow people like Colt Eastwood, aside from their BS, my belief is also their game development is held back by the Series S, as the proof is evident. Hashtag 12T-flops. Bro, absolutely. I have not been talking about the Series S because I just feel like what is left to be said. But do you remember, not to just keep hashing up, you know, I'm not trying to hash it out or bring up past things, but I'm going to anyway. Do you guys remember when, like, I think it was Tom Warren, you know, the Xbox fanboy who works for The Verge, when these consoles were first announced, they were trying to, like, go with this rhetoric or some kind of bullshit that, like, the Series S CPU is, like, more powerful than the CPU inside of the PS5. And, like, people were actually believing this nonsense. Like, they were actually running with it. And that's why you just reminded me, that's one of the aspects of this game, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. If this is true, like, if any of that nonsense that these dudes tried to run with was true, right? Because I guess, like, that's the thing. Technically on paper, it said the Series S CPU is more powerful. And anybody who knew anything, they kept trying to come out and say, you cannot go based off of that. You guys are setting yourself up for disappointment. The on-paper specs don't mean shit. You have to look at how it's all going to come together. You have to look at the final finished product. And they're like, nah, bro, Series S CPU more powerful than PS5. Mark Cerny sucks. And look at what happens. We get a CPU-bound game, a CPU-intensive game, that being Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And it's running, shouldn't it technically run better on the Series S? Well, the Series S has a more powerful CPU, right? So a CPU-bound game should technically, theoretically, run... Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't, because it turns out that these people did not fucking know what they were talking about. People think I'm arrogant. You know what I think is arrogant? Thinking you know better than Mark Cerny. Now that's arrogance. So, yeah, you just reminded me of that, the Genius 200, because we haven't talked about the Series S, but dude, the Series, like, I hated that entire conversation, dude, and I hated that they actually seemingly won. That's what bothers me, man. What bothers me is, like, sometimes the marketing, it infects people's brains so effectively that they actually, like, you can't fight against it anymore. You know, for the longest time, it was, well, we can't talk badly about the Series S. No, we can't talk about it, because they proved it's all just about scalability. Meanwhile, anybody who actually knows a fucking anything about this, they're all coming out here saying the same thing, like, dude, this is going to fucking hold back this generation. Like, that Series S is going to be the biggest bottleneck this entire generation. But, you know, who could have seen that coming? Series S is a joke, dude. Console's a fucking joke. Oh, and you know who was against the Series S? You know who was against the Series S? Let me find it. Here we go. I got a VGC article. This was back in September of 2020. PlayStation considered a low-spec PS5 console similar to the Xbox Series S, but feared it would quickly become obsolete, says Jim Ryan, the CEO of Sony. Speaking to a Japanese site, the executive said that based on Sony's research, quote, low-priced, reduced-spec consoles had not had great results in the past, end quote. Continues, the first thing I would like to say is that I respect every competitor's decision and their philosophies. Come on, Jim, we know what you want to say. We all know what Jim wants to say. Jim wants to laugh at the Series S is what that man wants to do. But, he's taking the high road, saying he wants to respect every competitor's decision. Clearly, price is a very important factor. We respect other companies' competitive strategies. However, we are fully committed to and believe in our current strategy and the effect it will have. One thing that can be said is that if you look at the history of the game business, creating a special low-priced, reduced specification console is something that has not had great results in the past. We've considered that option and seen other executives who have attempted this discover how problematic it is. He added, based on our research, it's clear that people who buy a game console want to continue using it for about 4, 5, 6, or even 7 years. They want to believe that they have bought something that is somewhat future-proofed and not going to be outdated in just 2 to 3 years. They want to have faith that if they end up buying a new TV, that their current console will be able to support that new 4K TV that they are considering buying. And and that's pretty much where it ends. And, it's also worth noting, it says here at the end of the article, Alex Gentig, if I'm saying his name correctly, an engine programmer at id Software, which ironically is now underneath Microsoft. Okay, so that's the funniest shit about this. And it's actually so interesting to go back and look at this stuff because we all forget about it, myself included. This is an engine programmer at id Software. Before they were acquired by Microsoft, he wrote that he was, quote, really bummed about the RAM situation on the Series S, and the tweet has since been deleted. This isn't easy to compensate and drags down base specification quite a bit for next-gen multi-platform. Remedy's technical producer also voiced concern, saying, quote, as a consumer, I love this. As a technical producer, I see trouble, end quote. God damn! Who would have thought? Who would have who was arguing against these developers? Do you know how many fucking Xbox fanboys attacked that id Software developer? The dude fucking had deleted his tweet because he got fucking dogpiled. But I bet you they ain't attacking him anymore because, Microsoft owns you now. But who the fuck was right? These fucking rabid Xbox fanboys or the developers? Damn, dude. And Jim Ryan was right too. Man, Jim Ryan can't stop taking W's this week. It's true though. I remember when this all this shit was going down and I came out and I was like, dude, I don't believe it. I don't buy it. People made fun of me because I believed the whole SSD IO throughput marketing from Sony. I was just a crazy fanboy and believing in Mark Cerny's secret PlayStation 5 sauce. And I get it. It's like, we got time. Let's see how it all plays out. But I was also totally wrong for basically shitting on the Series S, saying that I don't need to be a developer to know this shit's going to bog down next-gen multi-plat games. It's going to bog down next-gen gaming. And that's absolutely what it has done. That's all it's done. And that's all it's going to continue to do. But never forget that when a developer that's now owned by Microsoft came out and said, hey, this Series S kind of bums me out. It's going to be a problem for multi-platform games. Deleted his tweet because he got dogpiled by rabid Xbox fanboys. Unbelievable, man. And these are the same dudes today. These are the same fanboys today that are out here trying to talk about how it's unfair that Microsoft couldn't get Activision Blizzard. People wonder why. They wonder why, bro. They wonder why. Why is this crazy motherfucker MBG out here constantly doing streams talking about Xbox? This is why. Because this is the shit that's going to continue to happen until it doesn't. The Genius 2X is probably like, damn, bro. I expected MBG to have a response to my super chat, but I didn't necessarily expect all that. God damn. I'm having fun, bro. Ultimately I'm having fun out here. I hope you guys are too. It's not all that serious. It's a little bit sad. It is. Like, I do think it is sad that for the remainder of this generation, unless Microsoft makes a change, the S is going to have to be there. And I would make the argument, some Xbox fans, like especially Series X owners, dude, I bet you they're starting to feel it too. Like they're probably starting to think, God damn, like maybe they shouldn't have done the Series S. Maybe they shouldn't have done it. Feeling better than MBG? Actually, yeah, I think my fever broke or something, bro. I don't know. I'm still feeling kind of hot, but I am feeling a little bit better than I was like an hour and a half ago. So, yeah, that's what Series X owners are thinking. Could have got a PS5. Man. Fred Mean 24, you're saying Bungie and Epic are the reason they did well in the Xbox 360 era. Has anyone noticed that they are both doing much better without Microsoft? That is true, dude. You're right. I don't consider that. When I talk about how great the Xbox 360 era was, you're right. It was Epic Games that was responsible for the original Gears of War games. It was Bungie that was responsible for, those original Halo games. And yeah, you're right. They're both doing better without them, man. Crazy. Sad times. Magnum Gaming, you're saying Xbox needs to stop trying to compete with Sony. Instead, they need to make games like Nintendo and speed up production to feed Game Pass consistently. I mean, I think even that would be a better option. I mean, if you can't make the games as big or as good as Sony's because you don't have the time, well, then, chip away. You keep delivering, and maybe they have been doing that. I will give Microsoft credit here where they have been relatively consistent with their AA and indie game development. And I'll even go as far as to give Microsoft credit that they have been actively trying to get more decent games launching into Game Pass. Like I know that they got Atomic Heart in the Game Pass. I think that's a good one. They got Wolong. That's a good one. I think that the upcoming Lies of P, Lies of Phil Spencer, that's a good one too. And I think that game's going to be amazing, to be honest. Like that looks like a straight up Bloodborne game to a degree. So Lies of P day one. Again, this is where it's like Microsoft isn't doing everything badly. I think that this is a good avenue for them to continue to pursue. It's just in the AAA space, I do think they have quite a bit of readjusting to do. No doubt about that. MBG, the same id software made Doom Eternal run on the Series S at 1440p 60 FPS with ray tracing. Definitely impressive, man. I mean, I'll be real with you right now, bro. That's good, but I would hope that now that they're a first party Xbox studio, they might want to prioritize that development. Maybe you're saying they did that before they were acquired. I don't know if they did or not. But yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe the developers in the end will be wrong. But I don't think we're there yet. Give me 1 second. What the hell is going on here? Sorry, my computer's glitching out just a little bit. Okay, I still have a couple of super chats, guys. Let me make sure I get to these. New Soul 9, you're saying MBG Game Pass makes sense if you see it as the long term. You can't compare the two because one is for the future and the other one is for now and the future. For now and the future. Well, look, New Soul 9. I guess at this point, the best thing I could say is I'm not telling you not to enjoy what you enjoy, bro. All right. Like, I'm not saying you can't or shouldn't enjoy Game Pass. You are right in that Game Pass is about the future for Microsoft and for Xbox. But as I've said many times before, I am not sold on that future. And it's going to be up to Microsoft to sell me on that future. I will give Microsoft credit. I want it to be known. I will give Microsoft credit when Starfield comes out. Starfield's a big mega hit. Good job, Microsoft. You did it. You got a massive W. You got a big AAA game. You got that game into Game Pass. People are loving it. You're getting all the praise. And somebody might say, well, MBG, is that enough? You happy now? Did they do it? And I'll say, it's the beginning. But the real question is, where does it go from here? Because anybody can just buy a game. And that, I know people are going to say, well, you're moving the goalposts. No, hold on. I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm giving credit. That's a strategic move. That's a smart move. And that benefits Xbox. That benefits everything about Xbox. That benefits the gamer. It benefits everybody. But the real question that I'm going to ask at that point is, okay, Microsoft proved that they can buy games and deliver them and facilitate the remainder of their development to get them. That's great. That's a great start. But can they keep it up? See, that's the thing. I'm tired of Microsoft's bullshit. That's what bothers me, is that, it's not, am I going to be frustrated if Starfield gets it's just a huge, colossal game and Microsoft gets all this credit? No, I'm not going to be frustrated, because people will be happy, and they should be. But the thing that might frustrate me is what begins to happen after that, where it's like, well, guys, like, they did it again. Like, I'm not saying they finessed you, because it's not that serious, but like, they still haven't proven that they know how to do this. They bought somebody that did it for them, and that's fine. That's fair game, at least when it comes to Bethesda, as far as I'm concerned, because what's done is done. But the same leadership is still there, bro. The same leadership is, like, you know what I'm saying? So can they sustain and grow? Exactly. That's the question. And I will, again, I'm going to give the credit where it's due when we get there. If they can not fuck up Starfield, then I think it's a great sign that maybe, just maybe, they can do it. Maybe, just maybe, this is a good start. Can they keep the ball in the air? Can they keep the momentum going? Because I'll tell you what, and I don't say this to slight Xbox, but that's the difference between Sony and Microsoft. Sony's proven they know how to keep that ball in the air. And even when it seems like they can't keep it in the air anymore, somehow they still keep it in the air. Microsoft has not. It's not that I believe firmly that Microsoft can get some W's. Absolutely. They got a lot of money. They got a lot of resources. They can get some W's. But can they sustain and grow? That's the question. That's the question I'm looking to be answered at some point. Hopefully this generation. Chris B, gifting a membership. Thank you so much, man. And then we have BG UK also becoming a member. Huge shout out to you, BG UK. I appreciate everybody who is actively choosing to become a member. Obviously, you guys have absolutely crushed it. I mean, seriously, you guys have been utterly annihilating these goals. We are at 138 members, guys. 138 members. I started this stream today with a total of 25, thinking if we can get to 25, and I don't know, I'm going to have to start. I don't want to come off that way. I really don't. But I'm going to have, for the sake of, not having to readjust the goal every couple of minutes, I'm going to have to just start it out at 50, because you guys crush it. You absolutely obliterate it. You don't hold back either. You do it rapidly. So I really appreciate that, guys. I appreciate all the support. Another massively successful stream. One that has once again seen many new members gifted. Very much grateful for that. Josh, you're saying, how long does the showcase need to be? Which studios can we expect to be there? What announcements / reveals do you think we will see there? Housemarque, maybe? Housemarque, I'll be honest, just to answer that one right off the bat, I don't expect to see Housemarque. I think it's a bit too soon. I think Housemarque, because they're starting completely over, they're making another new IP, and they just shipped. I mean, I say just, it's been 2 years, I believe. Yeah, it's been, today I actually think is the 2-year mark. Today it's exactly 2 years. Shout out to Returnal, since that game shipped. But I think they're going to need a little bit more time. I would be surprised if we saw Housemarque show up. I think Housemarque might be a studio we hear from next year in 2024. How long does the showcase need to be? I'll be real with you, man. It's got to be long. I'm not going to be happy with this 40-minute nonsense. No. We've been waiting. We have been waiting for a long time. I expect absolute minimum, and even then I'm going to be a little bit like, I don't know. The absolute minimum has to be an hour, but even if they come out and say it's a 60-minute show, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical because I'm like, that doesn't seem like long enough, man. That's a bitch on the shorter side. I'll be honest, maybe I'm getting greedy here. I need an hour and a half minimum, Sony. Come on. 2 hours? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Dude, I went back and I checked the Future of Gaming PS5 stream, bro. 202,000 views on the channel. How the hell? That's wild. That's how many views I got when I streamed that. That was like a 2-hour show, dude. I think it was like close to a 2-hour show. 4 hour. Yeah, I'll put on a 4-hour PlayStation showcase hosted by MBG. Let's go. Let's do it. But honestly, I'm hoping for at least an hour and a half because I just get the feeling that Sony has a lot to show. And here's the thing. If it truly is, I'm confident this is going to be a long show because if this truly is the phase 2 of PS5, like that's a big fucking deal, man. And I'm telling you, like that's going to be something that Sony's taking very seriously. If this is like, if the Future of Gaming showcase that we got in June of 2020 was the beginning of phase 1, then phase 2, it's going to have to be a big show, man. A big show. It has to be. It has to be. I got to be honest, man. Like, this is where I know a lot of people have lost their faith in Sony when it comes to a showcase because it's been so long. And their 2021 showcase was maybe a little bit on the shorter side. I don't know, man. I have absolute faith that Sony's going to deliver one of the best shows we've ever seen. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I would hate to be wrong, but I get the feeling that Sony's going to deliver one of the best shows that we've ever seen in this industry. And it's going to fucking blow people away. And I apologize. I know I'm swearing a lot. I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't know why I'm just swearing like I am, but that's what you get. Unfiltered MBG. And that's, yeah, I got to admit, like all this fan funding also allows me to just swear. I've always tried to avoid swearing too much because, you know how YouTube is with their monetization and whatnot and their algorithm. They don't like that. But, you know, it's kind of just how I am naturally. I swear a lot. I can't help it. Is Blue Box Games going to be at the showcase? Nah, no way. No way. You're saying, which studios can we expect to be announced? What reveals? Well, I'll be honest. I'm expecting almost any studio except for the ones that just shipped games. Like, I mean, it may sound unrealistic. Like, oh, well, that means Guerrilla Games won't be there, right? Actually, they might be there with their multiplayer game because that's been in development for like 5+ years. Naughty Dog, yeah, they just shipped The Last of Us Part 1. They're going to be there with the Last of Us multiplayer. What about Sucker Punch? Yeah, dude, we could see the next Ghost of Tsushima revealed. Oh, man. Oh, man, that would be an exciting reveal. Could we see Ben Studio? Yeah, Ben Studio's been working away on their, they've been working hard on their new IP since basically 2020, if I'm not mistaken. So they could definitely show up. A new Astrobot game from Team Asobi. I mean, the sky's the limit, man. The sky is absolutely the limit at this point when it comes to who could show up at the showcase, who could be there. I think the sky's the limit. And you talk about their partner studios, Deviation Games, Firewalk Games, single-player games that are in development that we don't even know about. Absolutely. Metal Gear. Oh, man. Don't even get me started. A new knack. Mark Cerny announcing knack 3. You never know. But man, don't even get me started on Metal Gear. Metal Gear shows up, it's over for me. It's over for me if Metal Gear shows up, bro. Josh Z, thank you, man. You're saying, did you see that the CMA report, which gave reason behind their decision? Part of the report mentioned Nintendo and seemed to suggest that Call of Duty couldn't run on the Switch. LOL, I just found this funny. Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit in a previous stream. We didn't mention it here, but yeah, man, I mean, my whole thing with that is I do not call bullshit on that. I feel like if they're talking about just the Switch now, I have to imagine that the reason why Call of Duty doesn't already ship on Switch is because they are having too much of a difficult, like it's too difficult for them to get it properly running on the Switch. That's my guess. But I do think that you're saying it can barely run on the S. I do think that when Microsoft says like we're entering into an agreement with Nintendo to get Call of Duty on Switch, they have to be talking about the next Switch console, the one that's rumored to be announced later this year, right? Right, Josh? Like that has to be what they're talking about. It is pretty funny. And I've seen people basically complaining that like, what would the CMA know? They're not developers. How would they know? Well, it's like, dude, yeah, they might not be developers, but again, it's just take a look around, man. Like Activision's as greedy as they get. If they could and look at how well the Switch is sold, like the Switch is one of the best selling consoles in history. Absolutely. If they could get Call of Duty running on it right now, they would absolutely release it and sell you that. So I have to imagine that when we talk about the future of Call of Duty on Nintendo and that promise that was made or that agreement, it has to be for the new Switch. I don't see how it couldn't be. And even then, who knows? We don't know what the new Switch, how powerful it's going to be. I think it's safe to say that the next Switch isn't going to be like a PS5 or a Series X by any means, but it could be, certainly a significant improvement, a big enough of improvement to get this game running on it. I gotta admit, like, I'm not a Nintendo fan. You guys know this, but I'm very interested to see their next console. Like, I'm so interested to see which direction they go in. I mean, I think it's obvious, but it's exciting. It's hard not to get kind of caught up in it. Patrick, and so thank you for that super chat, Josh. Really appreciate the consistent support. Patrick, you're saying they should redo MAG and remake the point system. Oh, yeah, dude. MAG was so ahead of its time. MAG was one of those games, unfortunately, that was too ambitious for its own good. Like, the ambition was there, the vision was there, and the execution was, unfortunately, it was somewhat flawed based off my understanding, because it's just like the technology wasn't quite there yet. And it's crazy because you think about that. It's like a game like MAG would be really fascinating to see today, and I miss that, man. Like that's the kind of stuff I would like to see come back. Stuff that's just like, whoa, well, that's trying something different. MAG. SOCOM, MAG, Killzone. Guys, I don't know if you can tell. I'm sure you can tell at this point. I am tapped out right now. My caffeine is completely worn off. My coffee is worn off. The sickness, it takes over. I feel totally drained right now. But we did cross the 4-hour mark. We did cross the 4-hour mark. Saying I look good with stubbles. Yeah, the beard's growing back, guys. It's getting there. It's getting there. Slowly but surely. But, oh, man. I think this is the end of the road here, guys. I think we've reached the end of the line. The hype train has reached its destination. But before I go, as always, I gotta make sure to give a big shout out to everybody, because tomorrow is I'm pretty sure tomorrow's May 1st, right? Yeah, tomorrow's May 1st. And I gotta say, I guess I'll end the podcast by saying you guys have made this one of the biggest and best months on the channel ever. And that, I need you to know, that's really saying something, because for anybody who was here in 2020, that's when the channel really started to like grow and get pretty big. And that was an insane year for the channel. Like I have not seen growth on the channel. I haven't seen growth like that on the channel pretty much since these past couple weeks. And that's thanks to you guys. So you have made this month one of the biggest and best months for the channel. And I just want to make sure that I'm giving credit where the credit is due. And the credit absolutely lies within the audience, you guys, everybody who, as I say, contributes to the channel. Those of you gifting memberships, that was something I wanted to pursue. And I just also want to add to this that when I made the decision, like, you know what, maybe I'll try to get this thing going, see if I can grow the members. I was very unsure. Like, I had no idea how you guys were going to respond. And you guys as I said, you kicked the fucking door down. You know, you didn't even give me a chance to breathe, which is so much appreciated. It's definitely very reassuring that we have a strong, tight-knit community here. And most importantly, I have the support that I need in order to keep doing this. And it means a lot to me. It really does. So I just want to make sure I give a massive thank you to everybody who has showed up to the streams, those of you gifting memberships, those of you becoming members, and those of you choosing to, if you were gifted a membership, continuing to support my channel month over month. I very much appreciate it. And a massive shout out to every one of you who has donated a super chat, because I don't want you to think for a second that the super chats don't matter. They absolutely matter. They make just as big of a difference as the memberships. And without basically this duality we have here between those of you generous enough to, you know, donate the super chats and those of you generous enough to become members and continue to gift memberships, seriously, you guys are fucking amazing. And I couldn't do it without you. And, but dude, bro, I don't even have it in me anymore, man. I can't even. The Genius 200X, he didn't want to let the train stop quite yet. He's like, nope, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Huge shout out to you, the Genius 200X. We got to get them all. Another 10 bomb. W's in the chat. The Genius 200X. Thank you so much, man. That is, wow. Bringing us up to 148, bro. 148. That is more than I could have asked for. Seriously, that is crazy. Massively successful stream. You guys have absolutely killed it. Everybody, give a big W to the Genius 200X for dropping another 10 bomb. Seriously, dude, thank you. And Fred Vance gifting another membership, bro. Gifting another member, dude. Fred, you guys have been I'm serious. You guys have been so unbelievably generous. It is difficult to believe that, you know, we can have such a strong community with such generous individuals, but you guys just keep going, man. So thank you, Fred. Thank you, man. I can't keep up with you guys, really. Big Turbo 2.0 on IG are saying, I vote for member-only workout stream. We'll see, man. I don't know, man. Maybe one day. I don't know. We'll see how far it goes. I don't want to make any promises. That'd be pretty funny, though. That'd be pretty funny. That would be the most members-only thing. Shirtless MBG. I mean, it's basically turning into an OnlyFans at that point, bro. It's getting pretty close. It's getting a little scary. A little scary. And then we got Abu Jangi. Again, man, I'm sorry if I say your name wrong. Gifting yet another membership. You did it. You guys did it. Let's get a celebration in the chat. We need a celebration in the chat right now. We need more of these. We need more of these because you guys did it. We hit 150 members. I did not think this is where we would get to today, and yet you did it. And got like, dude, really though, I have to say, the most shocking part about you guys, about this community, about these streams is look at what you did yesterday. Look at what you did yesterday. And look at what you did. Like, you got back to fucking back. You got all week. All week, you guys have just absolutely crushed it. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. This is why I'm like, damn, I wish I wasn't feeling sick right now. I wish I was like a total 100%. You guys, I see some of you guys saying, get some rest, take some days off. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been trying real hard to keep up with it, but if I think not only you're saying we need a rest, dude, I might have to. It's hard to say because, like, I don't want to burn myself out. That is the last thing I want to do. But man, let me tell you, it is so difficult. It really is difficult. Like every day knowing like, dude, I know people will show up for a stream and I know it'll be a good time. Like I know we'll have some fun. I know I'll say some crazy shit. And it's difficult knowing that it lies within my, it's in my hands. Like, do I stream? Do I take a day off? But I assure you that I don't, I'm not going to burn myself out. I'm assuming in the coming days, in the coming weeks, there will definitely be times it's like low tide, not a lot to talk about, not much going on. And when those days happen, they'll be the easy days for me to say, okay, we'll save it. We'll save this for, I'll take a day off, and I'll let you guys take a day off too, because I think you guys shock me, man. You really do. Like I really thought, like, after how successful the stream was yesterday and how well it went, I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me if today with the podcast it just doesn't go that great. It's totally fine, like, I still want to come out here and do the podcast, and you do it, and you come out and we say, give us a flex, MBG. I'll give you another flex. I don't know, man. I haven't hit the gym in a couple days, so I don't know. Is it looking? Do you guys see any improvement? It's only been a couple days. I can't tell. I gotta see it. I feel like there's a little bit of improvement there. A little bit, maybe. My wife says there's something wrong with me. All right. My wife says the reason why she says that is because I'll sometimes be hanging out with her and I'll be like, do I look like I'm making any gains? Do I look I don't know. Like, do I look like muscle bound gamer? Do I look like I'm actually muscle bound? And she's like, yeah, you look really good. And I'm like, man, sometimes I just don't see it. And she's like, I think you got like body dysmorphia or something. Like, are you crazy? And I think that's the reality of, you spend years like looking at like pros, right? You spend years looking at people who are, it's their entire life, right? And you just think like, well, I don't look like that. It's like, well, dude, you shouldn't look like that unless that's your life, bro. And so, I'm over here being like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I should flex. But you guys deserve at least one flex today, because you absolutely crushed the goal. 150 new members. Really appreciate it, guys. At this point, I'm not sure what I should do. I'm not sure, like, a part of me wants to like bulk, but at the same time, I'm almost thinking like, maybe I have enough muscle mass, I should focus on cutting, maybe just kind of get that like really cut look. But I don't know if I could even do that, because to get cut, you got to have a really good diet. And I don't know, man, my diet's not that great. Leo Jimmy, thank you, man, with another $10 super chat. You're saying, yo, MBG money. Before you go, try to get the Gene Wilder soundbite on the soundboard. He was like, yeah, you get nothing, you lose. PlayStation all day. I know exactly what you're talking about, Leo Jimmy. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me recap before I go. The 3 sound bites I got to get incorporated. We got the Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka, you get nothing, good day, sir, you lose. I forget exactly how it goes. We got the Kylo Ren more. And what was the other one? There was another one. It was somebody in the chat. You got to get me here because I'm gonna forget. Oh yeah, he can't keep getting away with it. Yes, these are gold. These are gold. I'm gonna try to really remember to get these incorporated. Hopefully for the next stream or sometime soon, because those are very good. So thank you for that suggestion, Leo Jimmy. That's a good one. Magnum Gaming, you're saying playing Creed on PSVR 2 is a great cardio workout. Yeah, dude, that I imagine that would be a great cardio workout. I see what you're doing, Magnum Gaming. I see what you're doing. You're like, damn, MBG, that PSVR 2 could help you get a little bit cut, help you get that cardio in. Dude, I feel like I should absolutely get a soundbite of Blade saying that line. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. I absolutely need to get that one in. Dude, that's perfect. I love Blade. Can't wait to see what they're doing with the new Blade. And we got Josh. You're saying first time in the gym in 2 years. My legs be Squidward. Oh yeah, that nothing worse than leg day after skipping leg day for a long time. That is the worst feeling, bro. Straight up dragging your body, on dragging your legs across the ground trying to get where you got to go. You need a John Wick soundbite for the showcase. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. Yeah, that'd be good, dude. There's too many good ones. I need some suggestions for like the different, you know, this stream for every membership gift we got. You know, it doesn't like whether it was 5, 10, 20, which is crazy, but you kind of all had the same sound bites, right? Of Arnold, you know, the crazy Arnold. I'm trying to think of other ones I can use to, you know, to kind of differentiate them and let them stand out. We got time, guys. We got time. So yeah, this is where I'm gonna have to end it, guys. We're approaching the 4. I know if it was up to you guys, you'd keep me here all day, 24-hour stream. I would drop though. There's no way I could do it. I don't know how people do shit like that. How the fuck do you do a 24-hour stream? Like I couldn't even imagine. I feel dead. I feel dead at 4 hours, bro. Like absolutely dead. How can anybody go 24 hours? All right, guys. No 24-hour stream. No 24-hour stream. Hit that like button on your way out. Thank you for all the incredible support. I'm not going to say it anymore because I've been saying it too much, and I'm sure you guys are starting to get annoyed by it. But yeah, massive shout out to you guys. Hit that like button. Shout out to Devil Shooter for always doing the timestamps for the podcast. Apologies if it was a little bit crazy and all over the place, but I guess that's how it is. So thank you, Devil Shooter, and let's see what May brings. Until then, guys.